Hello everybody, welcome back to Subarashiki Hibi. Today we're going to be reading the extra story called Knocking on Heaven's Door. And yeah, as you can see here, we're on the 10th anniversary full voice HD edition for this one, because the version on Steam that I was using, the original edition, that doesn't actually include this chapter here. So yeah, it's going to be a really quite interesting experience. I don't know what to expect. I've heard some say that there's a lot of fan service, others say that there's a lot of really good story. Apparently it's an extension on the Hill of Sunflowers ending, which is going to be quite nice to see. But before we do that, I just want to show you some of the version differences that are present in this other edition. So firstly, the thing that's really weird, you press start and Ayana's theme plays, which I find quite interesting. The config menu is also really cool. I prefer this one a lot more to the original one. And I love that you can filter based on gender now. It feels like the most pointless feature ever, but at the same time it's there. I mean, oh yeah, I'm just really, I don't know, I'm reading Looking Glass Insects and I'm really pissed off at the most disgusting women I've ever seen in fiction. Yeah, let's just do that. A means of taking out your rage. And the extra menu. This is amazing. We can now have music and we can see all of the menus, sorry, all of the soundtracks that are in the game. And also we've got the really nice background there. And obviously you know what is there. And whoops, I just showed NSFW by accident. Oh my god, you can't even make this shit up. I genuinely did. It was the CG of Yuki in the bottom left, which was the NSFW if you are interested. Also, the load menu looks nice now. Not only do we have more saves, but oh, I didn't make that save, what? What? I think I downloaded this off the internet. I think this person must have saved their save data. Oh my god, that's hilarious. Yeah, look at the date. I don't think I was reading Subarashiki Hibi in 2022. I didn't even know about visual novels in 2022, if I'm going to be honest. Actually, no, I did, because one of my friends was reading Umineko, and then he talked about it a lot, and I got into Higurashi in the end, and then I started reading visual novels. But yeah, anyway, we're wasting time. So, 追加ルートを開始します. Is that right? Yeah, 追加ルートを開始します. That literally just means begin additional route. Right, here we go. Oh, nice. So, two people holding hands. I'm assuming that's... I don't know what to expect here, to be honest. I wonder if it's going to be philosophical or if it's going to be more psychological. Or maybe both. Probably both, let's be honest. ほら、Tomosane. ネクタイ曲がってるぞ. Why does Yuki's voice sound so different? That's really weird. I will never ever be able to get used to this. Where's the text speed? Oh, thank God. You can actually change it. Hey, Tomosane, your tie's crooked. いいんだよ。時間ないんだから. I don't like how the voices sound. This sounds wrong. Oh my god. If you've read Umineko and you listen to... Right, Umineko spoiler, but if you listen to George's voice in chapter 1, it really reminds me of that weird sort of filter that you only seem to see in visual novels. Yeah, okay, every other setting's fine. It's fine, I'm already running late. Shit. It's fine, I'm already running late. Oh yeah, what does the backlog look like? Oh, that's cursed. I like the speech. I think that's better. But, and to be honest, the text looks better. It just looks more clear and defined. But I can't get used to the text not being right at the top. It's fine, I'm already running late. Hang on a second, does Tomosane have a job? Or maybe he's going to Hakushuki. いいわけないだろうが。ほら、こっち向きなさい. It's not fine. Here, turn towards me. So, I really do wonder who this Yuki is. Just an alternate personality, or if it's a genuine one. It's hard to tell. Or maybe this is an extension of a dream. Or maybe this is a dream world, like in Down the Rabbit Hole 1. God, this looks really weird, bit intimate, but okay. As she said that, Yuki began fixing my tie. Jesus Christ, these people are old. Wow. Yeah, my God, they are proper adults now. This is gonna be cool. Do you think Asaki-chan's having fun at university? Oh my God, I wonder what she's doing.
そもそも大学がどういう場所か俺は知らないからよくわからん。
Holy shit, his voice sounds deeper. Don't know, I don't really know what it's like at university, so I can't say for sure. Yeah, fair enough. I don't either, but I will in a few years.
あれな、Tomosane人格じゃなくて私人格だったら給付型奨学金で行けたのに。
Jeez, if it were my personality in control, I could have gotten us in a scholarship, no problem.
知らねえよ。つうか、Yukiはなんで勉強できるんだよ。
Yeah, how could you study with somebody like Takuji in your head? I don't understand that. Like, okay, besides, how could you even study? I mean, okay, I suppose you could do lots of studying when you are Minakami Yuki, but at the same time, I just don't really get how you could get anywhere. But then again, I mean, she is clever, she retains a lot, and I mean, it just depends, really.
え？だってそりゃ私は頭いいし。
Well, because I'm intelligent, of course. I mean, I don't disagree, but at the same time, you need a bit more than intelligence to do well at school, to be honest.
脳みそは俺と同じもの使ってるだろうが。
Oh my God, you should be a little kinder to yourself. Holy fuck. You use the same brain as me,
意識が違えば使う神経回路は違うの。脳を共有していても私が使う場合とTomosaneが使う場合じゃ全然違うんだよ。
This is actually really interesting. So Tomosane is someone who is really, really within the future. And yes, at the same time, it still seems as if he has another personality, i.e. Yuki, helping him. And he's probably doing all of this tie straightening. And obviously they're having a conversation while the ties are being straightened, of course, because that's really, really normal. I mean, come on, these people are literally late and yet they're having a conversation. It's not really the best of procedure. But then again, at the same time, he's hallucinating Yuki being here potentially. I don't know. But... That's interesting. Yeah, reasonable. It's so weird that. It really is.
同じモビルスーツでも少佐が乗れば3倍だろ。つまり私が少佐でTomosaneがスレッダーなんだよ。
I don't get the reference. I like that. So the same brain, but when someone else uses it, it's a lot more sufficient than when another uses it. Sufficient? I meant efficient, but okay. Yeah. I'm happy that I'm not the only one with a question.
スレッダー軍曹だよ。少佐の当たらなければどうということはないという言葉を信じて少佐を援護してたら一撃でやられちゃったんだよ。
Sergeant Slender, of course. Sergeant Slender, what a weird name. He trusted in his major's words that it doesn't matter what happens as long as you don't get hit. And supported him. At the end, he got taken out in one shot. Oh, God. Well, I mean, how does it not... What if what happens is what causes you to get hit? Then what happens... It should matter what happens, surely? Or maybe it leads to the cause? Or maybe there's a set amount of causes that make you able to be hit. And that's one of the causes that leads into it. God.
やつのライフルは戦艦の手法並みの威力ということか。とか。当たった後に驚かれてもな。それにしても少佐はひどいよね。あんな適当な死に方とか、スレッダー軍曹は浮かばれないじゃないか。まったくさ。どうなってるんだよ、Tomosane。
After he got hit, the major was all shocked. So its rifle is as powerful as the battleship's main cannon. But how awful of the major? How is Slender supposed to rest in peace after dying in such a pitiful way? Jeez, what the hell is up with that, Tomosane? Yeah, fair enough. So it was either Slender was being used as a test subject, or he didn't really have, or it was because of the Major's miscalculation. I almost just said master. Oh wait, yeah. God. Yeah, so not only deceived by the Major and obviously being led to believe wrong things, but also, well, I suppose, being the victim of his miscalculation. Or maybe he was a test subject. That could also be a very true possibility. What are you getting mad at me for?
冗談。いやさ、まあこうやって友実のネクタイとか直していると新婚さんみたいだなって思ってね。なんとなく話長引かせようかなって。
Just kidding. Anyway, you know, Tomosane, fixing your tie like this. I just thought that it's almost like we're newlyweds. I just wanted to talk a little longer. Wait, so what is the nature of Yuki here?
遅刻させる気か
Are you trying to make me late? Well, you aren't exactly offering much resistance. そういうつもりはないんだけどさ、こうやっているとまた友実の身長が伸びたって実感できるし。 Oh my god, yeah, reasonable, yeah. It's not really my intention. Hey, standing here like this, it really feels like you've gotten taller. I mean, yeah, look at their height difference for a start.
もう変わらないだろう。
No, I'm pretty sure I'm fully grown.
そんなことないよ。友実はあの頃よりも全然身長伸びてるよ。友実はどんどん成長しているんだなって思う。あとひげが生えてきた。
That can't be right. You've definitely grown since then. You're slowly growing into an adult. I think. Oh look, you're even growing a beard. Grandma conversation. Oh my god. Saying that, Yuki tugged down on my tie. What?
何するんだよ。ネクタイ引っ張ったら首が締まるだろう。
What the hell are you doing? If you pull down like that, you're gonna wring my neck. Yeah, that's really painful.
少しね。
What? Let's see, just a little. What? Yuki began rubbing her cheek against my jaw. I really hope that Yuki is an alternate personality. But the only thing is, I mean, I do wonder if Tomosane here, judging by the fact that he has a working life. Maybe this is like an extension of Looking Glass Insect's alternative ending in a way. Because Tomosane, even though he does have the personalities and he does have a distorted worldview from Kagami and Tsukasa, he still is able to live a life and do better for himself. And I suppose Tomosane was the person who...
友実のほっぺた少しジョリジョリするぞ。ちゃんとひげ剃ったのかにゃ
？Your cheek's a little fuzzy. Did you shave properly?
いいんだよ。俺の場合は見た目でほとんどわからないぐらいだから。
Someone clearly doesn't have OCD about this. Unlike me. I'd rather rip skin off than not shave properly. Look, genuinely, I shave way too much. I don't really care, it's worth it.
そういうのダメだと思うな。お姉さんはさ。
You can't be making excuses like that. Your Near-san won't allow it. Right now, the only thing I can't be is light. Yeah.
それなら大丈夫さ。友実の全速力ならあと3分は大丈夫。
Oh my god, you're unreal. You're just assuming that he wants to run out of the door at full speed?
なんで朝から駅まで全速力で走らなきゃいけないんだよ。
Yeah, seriously.
そりゃ、なんていうの？こうやって。
What?
友実もヒゲが生えるようになったんだなって実感するためだよ。
Yeah, that's fair enough. Just a bit awkward, but okay.
そんな実感いらねえだろ。
Yeah, Tomosane does have a good point. He is being really, really pestered at the moment, and he should just leave.
いるよ、超大事。朝のスキンシップは結婚生活をやっていくには不可欠なんだぞ。
Oh my god. Oh, at least she knows just how to take this out of context, I suppose. Oh yes, they're definitely a married couple,
結婚して
surely.
ねえだろ。
Yeah, marrying a person who doesn't exist wouldn't be very easy. But we aren't married.
まあそうだね。いつかは友実はちゃんと好きな人を作らなきゃだし、その時までにはおとなしく成仏してやるから。それまでは私に付き合えよ。
Well, that's true. Someday you will fall in love with someone, and that's when I'll rest in peace with no regrets. God. But until then, we're a couple.
ちょりちょり。
それまで付き合えって今遅刻しそうだって言ってるだろうが。
My god. It is hilarious how annoyed he'd be. He just so sounds like Tomosane, but just a little bit older. I do find this interesting. I mean, if you think about this seriously, I do wonder if this proves that Yuki is just a means of Tomosane. I don't know, maybe Tomosane is a really quite lonely person, and that's why someone like Yuki is there in his head. I don't know. Or maybe that's just why she's always there.
あと1分と30秒は大丈夫だよ。私が信じた友実を信じなさい。
だったらヒゲ剃らせろよ。
Yeah. No, that's a good point, yeah.
剃らなくていいって言ったの友実じゃんかよ。
こんなことしてるぐらいならヒゲ剃るわ。
Jesus Christ, he sounds pissed off. This is the most unproductive argument I've ever seen. Dude, you have a fucking minute and a half to go. What are you doing? Was he late in the end? Oh, so she's a ghost here. Right, I see. So I suppose this reminds me of the Hill of Sunflowers ending then, rather than the Looking Glass Insects ending. Yeah, whether she's really a ghost or just a figment of my imagination, it made no difference to me. Interesting. Shit, is he going to be late or what? Oh yes, and now we're actually going to get insight on where Yuki comes from here. That's good. And maybe we'll get some more info on just how it's the case that Tomosane and Yuki have potentially had spirits possess them, really, and just... or at least the supernatural nature of the story. I was the only one who could see her, and she was always by my side. Yuki spoke as she stared at the sky from the train's window.
空気力学のパイオニアだよ。
That's not someone I was expecting to see.
なんだそりゃ。
アレクサンドル・ギュスターブ・エッフェルは自らが作った塔の前に立ってるわけよ。 だったら少女だって好きな人の横に立つぐらいはしたいじゃない？
That's interesting. Yeah, I like that analogy. It's a very, very cheesy analogy, but at the same time it does kind of make sense because I suppose that was his life effort. He loves it, and Yuki kind of wants to do the same with Tomosane because Yuki really loves Tomosane, so you just want to constantly be with the thing that you love and the thing that defines you, really.
全く意味がわからない。
I've absolutely no idea what you're talking about.
空気力学少女の夢っつう話さ。
The aerodynamic girl. Exactly what. A lot's happened since then. After graduation, I started working. Seriously, yeah. Considering everything that happened in that interview, it's a miracle that I was able to find a job. That's really lucky, yeah. Yeah, patron of the bar. Oh, yeah, happened to be an executive director of a certain company. Oh, damn. Yeah, that's good. He took a liking to me in the library. Having gone to a bar like that. oh, right, yeah, the guy was probably gay, but he never hit on me or harassed me. That's really good. I mean, Toshiro sounds nice, but God, this crowd sounds weird. Rather, it felt like he was genuinely concerned about me. Yeah, I don't blame him whatsoever. I considered post-secondary education, but didn't really want to do any more studying, so it's for the best that I ended up working for his company instead.
そういう嘘ばっかり言う。
You always lying to yourself like that.
なんで心の中までわかるんだよ。
Yeah, how can you tell what I'm thinking?
付き合い長いからね。
Maybe because we've been together for so long. Like a proper married couple, I like it.
友さねが強く感じたり、あるいは何度も繰り返し考えていることはなんとなくわかるんだよ。今のは自分に言い聞かせるために何度も何度も考えたこと。
You feel strongly about something, or if you're thinking something over. Just tell. Just now you were thinking something you thought over and over, trying to convince yourself.
今の自分に対して言い聞かせていること。
You're saying it to the you of the present.
友さねは優しいからね。
Oh god, she said that Yuki brought her face close to mine.
顔が近えよ。
Oh, this is interesting. Somebody at the back is staring. That's a bit unsettling, but this reminds me of the CG that was at the beginning of Down the Rabbit Hole 2. That's nice. Don't get so close.
このポーズだと私の胸元見えていい感じじゃね？
Right, okay. Well, I mean, well, I think if you're in public, it's not a very convenient thing to have a view of.
全然。
He's oddly honest.
あらそう？
Well, no, not oddly honest, oddly uninterested. Just like he was, just like he was pretending to be, so when everything was going on with Yuki and Hasaki. Is that so? I looked away and Yuki spoke.
はさきちゃんのためでしょ。友さねが働いたのって。
He has to, yeah, you're working for Hasaki-chan's sake, right, Tomosane?
そんなわけねえだろ。それこそあいつなら給付型奨学金を取れることは分かりきっていたし、俺が無理して働くことはない。
Of course not. And you should be able to get a scholarship. There's no reason for me to be working my ass off over that.
何言ってるんだよ。あの時はまだ分からなかったじゃない。はさきちゃんが給付型奨学金を取れるかどうかなんてさ。
Yeah, that's fair. What do you mean? When you took this job, you still didn't know whether or not she'd get it. She really was a pain in the ass. Oh, he's down. He's just... I mean, obviously these people really get on, but he just always gives me the impression of somebody who is just totally disinterested. And Yuki, well, they just have completely contrasting personalities.
それにしても、葉咲ちゃんは理学部情報学科とか、またマニアックな場所行ったもんだね。
Well, either way, Hasaki-chan's been attending that crazy Department of Informatics place. Yeah.
ああ、そうだな。
I've never had it.
何やるつもりなんだか。
Yeah, that's right. What do you think she's planning to do?
BMI の本読んでたな。
Oh.
BMI? 何それ
BMIs? What's that?
ブレインマシンインターフェースの頭文字で BMI。簡単に言うと脳と機械を結ぶ研究かな。
It's an acronym for Brain-Machine Interface, BMI. Basically, it was about research into connecting machines to the human brain.
脳と機械を結ぶ研究？なんでそんな本読んでたんだ？
Research into connecting machines to the brain. Why was she reading something like that?
その研究の第一人者のゼミに入るためらしいけど、まあ将来はそういう機械を作りたいんだろうね。
She feels like the type of person who could do something very, very hands-on. Like, well, not really hands-on, but I don't know, just something that's very involved. She's really, really going to have to be tough. I mean, she is. I won't deny that whatsoever. But in order just to stand, obviously, how disgusting something like that might be, I won't be able to do that. No way. I just hate biology as well. Really, really awful subject. So I dropped it. Why would she?
私が友実を独占しているから機械で割り込んでくる気じゃないのかな。友兄さんはユキさんに渡しませんって友実の脳に入ってきて私を止めるのよ。
Ah, yes, somebody's going to dedicate their entire academic future in order just to resolve a dispute that she has because she's annoyed about not getting attention from Tomosane. Oh my god, Yuki. I mean, she is a ghost to be fair, so I can't really blame her for being too unrealistic. Maybe she feels like I've been monopolising you and she wants to force herself between us. She'll jump into your brain to stop me, like, I won't let you have Tomosane all to yourself. Ah yes, what a great way to murder someone. Literally jumping in someone's brain.
葉咲ちゃんは私を見ることができるけど。
Oh no, the dialogue still stops when you exit the back doors.
葉咲ちゃんは私を見ることができるけど、触ることとか微妙じゃない？でも機械でつなげて脳を同調させれば、それができるって考えてるんじゃね
？Saki-chan can't see me, but she can't exactly physically interact with me. Right? Well, I mean, definitely not in the moment. She can't be in two places at once. But if she could use a machine to align your brains, don't you think maybe she could? I mean, maybe. I don't see why she shouldn't. It would basically just be like a video call, a real-life video call for the three of them. But the only thing is, obviously, they will be able to somehow communicate over this communication network, but yeah, key points to take away. If she could use a machine to do brain alignment, I don't think that would be possible somehow. I wouldn't be surprised if there would be in the future, to be honest. I don't know if there are any ways now, but I think it's very unlikely.
真の同一説の立場を取るとできるんじゃねえの？
It is theoretically from the viewpoint of the mind/brain identity. That is, I've never heard of that before.
何それ?
What's that?
簡単に言えば脳の動きこそが心を発生させているって考え。神経細胞の発火という現象が意識を生み出しているってことだな。
Right. I was just gonna. What is? Alright, so these are proper CS related subjects. That's quite cool. Machine learning, AI. Just in general cybersecurity. And just lots of things that you could go to if you do computer science and you specialise in it, I suppose. But essentially it's the idea that the physical brain's workings are what generates the mind. That consciousness is born from simply neurons firing. What about hormones as well?
普通そうじゃない？脳が心を生み出すんだろ？神経細胞の発火が意識を生むって考えを受け入れてないやつの方が珍しいだろ。
Isn't that just common sense? The brain is what powers the mind, right? Yeah, totally. I just think it's really weird. It's just a really weird concept to think about the fact that if your brain's damaged, how you perceive the world and how your mind works is just totally affected. It just feels wrong. It really does. But it genuinely happens.
まあ常識的なものの見方だよな。
Neuron activation.
とは言っても、この見方には根強い批判があるんだ。心や意識という現象を物理的な見方で全て還元できるっつうのは抵抗も大きいんだよ。
But even so, there's a deep-rooted criticism of this way of thinking. There's a lot of resistance to the idea that you can reduce our minds and consciences entirely to physical explanations.
意識なんて物理的な現象によって起きているに過ぎない。そう言われるとなんか悲しいじゃない？
Consciousness is nothing more than the result of a physical reaction. But that way it's a bit sad, don't you think?
そうか。そんなもんだと俺は思うが。
Really? Thought that's all there was to it.
例えばさ、物理主義的に痛いという感覚を特定したいとするじゃん。その方法として痛いって感じている時に反応している神経繊維の発火を特定すれば痛いという現象を説明できると考えられるわけよ。
Yeah, fair enough. For example, let's say we want to pinpoint the feeling of pain in a I just love that she's being so realistic and she feels so educated here. And yet we were just above. I mean, she was just saying stuff about brain alignment. How ridiculous. I just find it so funny that there's such a contrast. So when it says physical, what else would be explained? Would used to be explained? What else would be used in order to explain the phenomenon of just how thoughts occur? And I do wonder if the metaphysical and the philosophical is going to be tied into it. It feels like something that Yuki would definitely do. For example, let's say we want to pinpoint the feeling of pain in a physicalistic sense. To do that, it would be a simple matter of finding which nerve fibers fire signals when pain is felt in the body, and then it would be possible to explain the phenomenon of pain, you would think. Yeah, of course. But then, and I suppose you could then use this to explain just why we perceive pain.
すべての人が痛いって感じているときに共通して発火している神経繊維を特定して一般化できれば、それが痛いの正体になるわけ。
Doesn't that mean that every single abstract noun is not abstract? Because it is technically representing some sort of form of process that the brain has. Like for example, happiness. You can never see happiness. But could you technically see happiness if you microscopically zoomed into a brain and you saw how, I don't know, hormone responses and how they change, and I don't know, just physical responses of the brain, how they change, and I don't know, brain's resource allocation, hormone secretion, stuff like that, how it changes. That could be a physical representation of happiness, and that would mean it wouldn't be an abstract noun. Technically, I don't know. I mean, I think that's a bit shit of logic, but I don't care. So where's the argument?
でもさ、少し考えるとおかしくねってところもある。例えばだよ、その痛いって現象を生み出している神経繊維束だけを取り出してみるじゃん。
I mean, my instinctive answer would be everything's interdependent, so you remove one thing and then you harm loads of other things. But it also could be maybe science not being as advanced enough to do something like that. And maybe ethics problem, maybe testing problems. I don't know, just stuff like that. But you know, if you think about it for a minute, isn't this kind of strange? For example, what if we removed this bundle of pain producing nerve fibers from the rest of the brain? But yeah, that is a good point. What would happen?
そしてその神経繊維束を試験管か何かに入れてだな、培養液の中でちゃんと生かすわけ。
Dude, I just don't get how you know about stuff like cultivation fluid, and yet at the same time you think brain alignment is going to be possible. I just don't get it. I mean, to be fair, if Hasaki lives a long life, then maybe it could happen. I should stop being so confident that it won't, because I don't even know myself. We can stick it in a test tube or something with some cultivation fluid to keep it alive.
その培養液の中にある神経繊維束を発火させるわけだよ。
That's really cool. I didn't realize that. The nerve fibers would still be able to fire off signals while floating in the fluid.
その発火は痛いって現象なんだけどさ、そもそも試験管でただ発火しているだけのその神経繊維束そのものが痛みを感じているわけじゃないよね。
But it doesn't have a brain, surely, so why would it be able to feel pain? I mean, the only reason we can is because our brains process those signals. But to be fair, Yuki does actually have a good point. I mean, why does the brain necessarily need to process the signals of pain? But I don't know anything biologically about this. It's just interest, really.
No 誰も痛みを感じているわけがない。ただ試験管で神経繊維束が発火しているだけなわけ。
Yeah, nobody would be feeling pain at all. It's just a bunch of nerve fibers sending signals in a test tube.
これはおかしいんじゃねというわけよ。
Well, I mean, I don't think so because we have our brains and that's... No, but then again, I can kind of see that because if you think about... Oh, yeah, no, now I get it. Because if this is completely isolated, so if you isolate the source of people's pain, it doesn't actually give that said object pain. But then again, I mean, that's because of the fact that it's an object rather than a human being. And I suppose those electronic nervous impulses that are sent, I mean, the reason why it's pain for humans is because we are adapted in order to be able to deal with said impulse. Well, I mean, in some cases, I suppose. I suppose maybe there's some cases where... But to be fair, I mean, most of the time when pain is really bad, mental health will decrease. It really, really will. And could risk stuff like suicide and, you know, just long-term, maybe mental illnesses as well, I don't know. But, yeah, I suppose pain can never truly kill you. Because if you think about it, I mean, let's say, for example, you're being burnt alive. It's not the pain that's going to kill you, it's what's happening to your body and the changing of your body that's going to kill you. Well, no, actually, I think if you're burnt, I think when you're near a fire, obviously it could be temperatures, but I've heard that smoke is just as harmful as the actual fire itself, if you're at a distance. Isn't it weird? That's what I'm getting at.
痛がるために他の脳の部位が必要なんじゃないのか？痛みを生み出す部位だけ取り出しても感じる部分がなきゃ意味ないだろう。
Yeah, I agree. Well, you need other parts of the brain to actually process and feel the pain, right? Yeah. If you just remove the part that sends the pain signals without the parts that receive them, it's a bit pointless, isn't it?
他の部位が必要だとしたら、そもそも痛いって感じる神経性移植が痛みという現象を生み出しているとは言えないじゃん。本末転倒じゃね？
Sure, but if you need other parts of the brain, you can't really say that. Yeah, true. Yeah, you can't really say that the bundle of nerve fibers is the true form of pain. That would be putting the cart before the horse, right? Ah, yes, the cart is going to be the one to propel the horse.
だったら知らん。わからん。
And I'm not sure, I don't know.
頭がいいユキ姉が華麗に友実を論破したぜ。
Oh my god, that's hilarious. Well, I really, really hope this person doesn't go on Twitter. People will get annoyed. I don't use Twitter, by the way. Is it me, or there's some people who, obviously they use Twitter lots, but there's other people who don't use Twitter and then they think they're just absolute geniuses and they're the coolest people in the world because they don't use it. If I'm going to be honest, I'll speak from experience on that one. I.e. my parents.
論争してたのかよ。
Love that. Were we having a debate?
ユキ姉はいつでも臨戦態勢だぜ。
Go against battler. Your Yuki-ne is always ready for a battle of wits. What? Aho kayo. Are you an idiot? Or tsuzukeru. I don't know what that says. Oh shit, is it like chaman or something? I've got no idea. Right, apparently that says, wait, oh shit, is it Roso or Ronso? I didn't pay enough attention. Yeah, Ronso or Tsuzukeru. Right, okay. And that just means continue the debate. Fuck yeah.
だったら少し話を続ける
Oh
とだな。
boy, here we go. Oh my fucking god, it literally translates it in the back. What is the point of translating it in the backlog and yet at the same time you're not translating the choices that are displayed to the user? That's so weird. I've never seen a visual novel that's done that before. Maybe there were some issues in development. And I suppose in translation as well. Then let's keep talking for a little while.
雑な比喩表現をするならば、テレビにもコントローラーにもつなげていないテレビゲームを起動させておいてだ。
Oh my god, this is gonna be fun. This might be a rough comparison, but it's kind of like having a game console powered on that's not connected to a TV or controller.
テレビゲームは起動しているのにゲームがプレイできない。故にテレビゲームがゲームを動かしているわけではないって言ってるようなもんじゃねえか?
Well, I mean, if it's not connected to a controller, then obviously the game will be outputted, but if it's connected to a controller but not connected to a TV, it won't be outputted. So in both scenarios, you can't do anything, even though you should be able to, because you've got the game plugged in. And I've just got to yeah, okay. I need to charge my phone. Fuck. This game's running, but you can't play it. Therefore, the game can't actually do anything. Is that basically what you're saying? Yeah, that's fair enough. But then again, I mean, if you can't play it and the function of the game is to play it, then realistically you can't do anything with it. But at the same time, I mean, you don't necessarily have to have a game. I mean, it completely depends on the type of game that you want to play. Here's another good example, actually. I mean, for example, I've got some DVD games, but I don't have a DVD disc drive, which is coming tomorrow, luckily. But I can't play the games on the DVD because I don't have the DVD disc drive. But then again, what if you could, if you don't want to play the game, you just want to extract files for, don't know, legal emulation, which I'm honestly surprised is a thing, maybe? She's disappointed. I wonder if Tomosane still plays shoot 'em ups. Not a great metaphor, but I get what you're trying to say.
意識みたいに複雑なもんはある一定の情報量がなければダメだろう。一定以上の情報があってこそ発火の多様性と統合性に意味があると思うけどな。
Something as complicated as oh my god, this down arrow flashing really pisses me off. Something as complicated as consciousness would, you know, I'm just going to read this in the background. Something as complicated as consciousness would require having a certain fixed amount of information, wouldn't it? I think that having more than that fixed amount of information is what gives meaning to the variety and integrity of the brain's signals. That's interesting. I mean, I suppose, I wonder what the fixed amount of information could be referring to. Maybe, for example, with human beings, we always know how to, it's weird, but it's our nature just to know how to, for example, control our body. Well, no, actually, no. I mean, the brain needs to know how to coordinate every single part of the body so that not only human beings can function, so that they can actually have a consciousness, but also so that in general it can comprehend new stuff and it can operate. I mean, I suppose there is a certain amount of fixed information that should be required, because if there isn't, how are we going to have a consciousness? Yeah, that is reasonable.
多様であれ、かつ統一性が取れた神経線維束の発火が意識を生み出す。だから、ある特定の振る舞いをする神経線維束を分割したら、本来の脳の機能は失われる。
Yeah. Fair. Consciousness is born from the diversity of signals fired in unison by nerve bundles. Well, so a nerve bundle is actual scientific. Is that like a scientific term? Oh fucking god! My switches are broken. I'm gonna have to get a new keyboard, so it's really hard to type. Fucking pisses me off. Oh, so axons are nerve bundles. What? Oh wait. Oh, thanks. No, it's nerves are bundles of axons in the peripheral nervous system. Well, nobody really refers to them as nerve bundles.
脳が部分的に損壊すると人格が変わったり、またいろいろと奇妙な障害が出たりする。例えば大脳の一部が損傷を受けると時間の見当がつかなくなったりするらしい。
Yeah, damage to the frontal lobe. I remember I read about a psychopath who had damage to the frontal lobe. I suppose. Uzumaki spoiler, but if anybody remembers chapter 2 in the manga where, by the way, gore spoiler, but basically someone goes completely mad and they're not very happy with what's inside their body. There's a spiral in their body, so they get a very, very long blade and they just whack it in there. In the last few days that they are living, because of the fact that they have damaged their brain by quite literally inserting a fucking sharp scissor into it. Like no special scissors from hospital as well. Well, my point is, the sense of balance of that person was completely lost and felt like they were going around and around. And that's not scientific, but at the same time it's just something interesting I kind of looked into. If a part of the brain is damaged, it can lead to changes in personality and other disorders. Yeah. For example, damage to the cerebrum can make it difficult to keep track of time.
今の季節はいつですかと聞かれて、夏ですと答える。でも今はセーターを着てますよね。なぜ夏なのにセーターを着ているのでしょうかと医者に聞かれてもわからない。暑さと季節を一致させられない。
The doctor must ask you, what season is it right now? And you respond, summer. But aren't you wearing a sweater right now? Why are you wearing a sweater in the middle of summer? He'd ask. And you'd have no idea. Yeah. That's really interesting, actually. And you'd have no idea. You'd be unable to match temperature with the seasons. But surely, I mean, brain operates on patterns sometimes, right? I mean, you make a mistake and then you remember the reason you made a mistake. So that then prevents you to make a mistake last time. So why is it the case that you make a mistake about which season it is because your cerebrum's damaged, but then what if you remember that fact and then you apply that fact whenever somebody asks you what the season is? I don't really understand why this limits it. But to be fair, I mean, cerebrum is really, really responsible for memory related stuff, if I remember correctly. Oh, and I remember the hippocampus and the other part of the brain. I swear there was one, the hippocampus, and also I don't know. The words frontal cortex are coming into mind, but I forgot what the exact part was. I remember when we were looking at the lucid dreams, I was looking at that. I forgot it though, it's a bit of a shame. But to be fair, I mean, in all fairness with what Tomosane is saying, you could be really weird and wear a sweater in the middle of summer.
目覚めた瞬間をいつでも朝と認識するため、10分ほど昼寝をしただけでも目覚めた瞬間を朝と考えてしまう。
That must be a fucking nightmare. You think it was morning every time you woke up. Even if you took a 10-minute nap in the afternoon, once you woke up you think it was morning again. Must be very hard to
お腹がいっぱいで昼寝し、数十分後に起きたとする。身体的には満腹なはずだが、朝起きたのだからお腹が減っているはずと考えるので朝ごはんを主張する。
Yeah, that's awful. Yeah, you might take a nap after filling up on lunch and wake up under an hour later. Physically, you'd still be full, but because you think it's morning, your brain would think, I'm hungry, and you'd think it was time for breakfast. I couldn't imagine living with something like that. Holy fuck. I mean, and then again, that is assuming that this representation is scientifically accurate. Which, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if it was, but obviously you've just got to take it for granted a bit because of the fact that you don't fully know. God, if this is scientifically accurate though, fucking hell, that's rough. Can I just mention this train journey is taking so long? I love that he's just entirely focusing on his debate with Yuki rather than focusing on anything related to the train journey. I mean, what if he's missed his stop? Let's be honest, he's going to be late for work. Yeah, there's no end to examples like this.
脳はかなり複雑で入り組んだ構造をしている。その回路図を解明できるのは多分かなり先の話だろう。
The brain's an extremely complex and intricately defined structure. Yeah. We probably won't fully map it out for a long time.
あれだな。ハワード・ヒューズ医学研究所で小腸梅の脳を50ナノメートルの薄さにスライスしてニューロンの配置図を作ろうとしているとかいう話だろ。
God damn. Poor fruit fly. I mean, like how at the Howard Hughes Medical Institute, they did that experiment on a fruit fly where they made a 50 nanometer slice into its brain. They've been trying to create a map out of its neuron.
トモサネが知っている知識なら大体ユキ姉は持ってるぞ。1日で約100万ギガバイトのデータを超速度でスキャンしても20年かかるだろうって予想されているんだ。
That's the brain for a fruit fly. What the fuck? What? Is that real? That's a petabyte per day. Wait, petabytes come after terabytes, right? I swear they did. Wait, what is 1,000? TV even? Yeah, petabyte, yeah. Jesus Christ. Wait, hang on a second. No, wait. That's being a bit stupid. Having a debate with somebody who has most of the access to, most access to most of the knowledge that you have, I mean, that would be a nightmare. It would just be a case of who can use the same facts better and who can apply them better to the situation. It's fucking ridiculous.
しかもその画像データが大量で小腸梅の脳の配置図だけで巨大倉庫がハードディスクドライブで埋まるっつう話。
Jesus Christ. They also said that there would be so much image data of just the fruit fly's brain that it would fill an entire warehouse full of HDD. Jesus. I just wonder how much storage there is.
これを人間の脳でやったら少なく見積もっても100年はかかる。つまりこの終わりなき作業は神経科学が生み出した現代の横浜駅工事だと言われているのだ。
If they did this with a human brain, they estimated that it would take at least 100 years. Yeah, fair enough. This never-ending project is where the whole field of neuroscience comes from. Yeah, fair enough. He says the modern-day Yokohama station. What is Yokohama station? found something. So Yokohama Station looks like a scientific, sorry, I meant science fiction, novel. Also, a train station on Honshu, built with AI to be a self-maintaining, self-caretaking station, takes its purpose quite literally, and over the spans of decades begins to restore what it can to the point of self-replication. The station grows increasingly, and the Japanese government is concerned just for how much the station is growing, and they can't do anything about it. God, that's really quite cool. Wow. Yeah, I can see that.
アホかよ。普通そこは桜田ファミリアだろうが。
Wait, what is that? What is the Sagrada Familia? It's in Barcelona, apparently. It's a church. It's the largest unfinished Catholic church in the world. Oh yeah, I've heard of this guy who made it. Antoni Gaudi. Oh, it's a UNESCO site. Interesting. I don't really want to look into it too much because I want to read this, but I wonder where that relates. Are you funny slur word? Normally you pretend it to, you compare it to the Sagrada Familia or something. I think it's realistic. Actually, why would it be realistic? I mean, well, no. Then again, I suppose the Yokohama station is the one that it just increases and increases out of control, and it never ever stops. Just like how if you tried to analyze just every single component of what is actually map out the neurons of the human brain, it would be infinite. So much so that you wouldn't be able to control its end. Oh my god, that's the worst thing about something like this. I mean, obviously Tomosane is happy, and it's really, really good that he doesn't see anything that has harm related to it, but at the same time, if he did, god, that would be awful. Could you imagine if, I mean, ghost or not, ghost or other personality, if Yuki was seen and he was being very, very provoked. Well, that's basically just what Mamiya Takuji was doing in class the day when he met Tomosane there. And obviously the day where he was really, really trying to deny, and he was in full denial of Zakudor's death, and yet at the same time it was just completely haunting him. God, yeah. Bit of a mistake there. Yeah, seriously. I mean, the people close to you, they already hear what they think as you talking to yourself, so yeah. You're already not doing yourself favours by even talking to Yuki, so don't do yourself any fewer favours. But then again, he should be allowed to do this. It's just a bit cruel. It's a bit cruel all round, really. Don't shout like that. People are going to think you're crazy. Yeah. Well, to be frank, most people would say that someone who has conversations with a voice in his head is pretty crazy. Well, not necessarily anymore. You can just say, oh wow, yeah, I have earpods in. Yeah, I'm cooling someone. I resent that remark. Oh, shut up. Was she pissed off, right? She sounds it. Shut up.
Where is my mind? 俺は正気を失ったってか？
Why is she speaking English now? Where is my mind? I've gone insane. Something like that?
まあ事実そうだろうよ。
Yeah, fair enough. Who doesn't go insane in modern day society, let's be honest.
Where is my mind? 私の心はどこにつう話しているし、まあ間違いではないかもな。
What about that comes from? Where's my mind? Where is my consciousness? If you put it like that, it's pretty close to what we're talking about.
とりあえずだ。1000億のニューロンと500兆のシナプスがあると言われる脳全体の発火パターンの総数を考えたら、どれぐらいあるのか見当もつかないだろう。
You definitely get a math error on the calculator if you try to calculate that. Close enough for now.
そうだね。あとこんな話があるよね。
Jesus Christ. Where is my mind? It just sounds so weird when she speaks English.
Where is my mind? 俺は正気を失ったってか？
Well, she speaks it quite well. Just sounds a bit odd. It just sounds wrong hearing somebody that I've always heard speak Japanese speak English. Yeah.
そうだね。あとこんな話があるよね。人間の新皮質と感覚器官の接続も備えたシミュレーションモデルを作るのに、街1区画分が全部スパコンというわけのわからないものを作らなきゃいけない。
Yeah, I don't really think that's going to be viable. I mean, I get the quantum computing is getting more and more advanced, but I don't really think that's going to be happening anytime soon. But to be fair, quantum computing probably will. It'll be quite interesting to see where that goes. I've never heard of the word neocortex before, listen. Oh my god, these fucking switches, man. Oh, cognition, language, and spatial reasoning. Ah, cognitive functions.
そのスパコンを動かすのには1000メガワット級の原子力発電所を1機動かす必要がある。そんな馬鹿げたスパコンだから凄まじい熱量を帯びるので、そいつを冷ますために川を1本引いてこなきゃいけない。
I don't understand. Why are you saying 1,000 megawatt? Why don't you just say a gigawatt? To power such a machine, you need an entire dedicated 1,000 megawatt nuclear power plant. Something with such an absurd amount of power would generate an extreme amount of heat. Yeah, totally, yeah. Yeah, so you would need to draw an entire man-made river to keep it cool. Oh my god. I wonder what creates more heat, human-induced fusion or, well, nuclear fusion and the creation of artificial suns. And I don't know much about that, but I've heard some stuff about it. But yeah, if that's more energy intensive and also heat intensive, well, it obviously emits so much heat because of how much energy is being outputted. It's just a waste product of all of the energy being outputted, I'd assume. Yeah.
そんな膨大な情報処理装置をこんな小さな頭蓋骨の中に収めている。すごい、人体の神秘。やっぱり人は神が作ったに違いねえ。
Yeah, such a massive piece of information technology equipment can fit in something as small as our craniums. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's amazing. The mystery of the human body. Surely humanity must be God's creation. I mean, why is it so well designed?
人間の神経細胞の発火条件に似せたユーロモーフィックチップがもう少し進歩すれば、そんな熱量はいらないだろう。
With further developments in neuromorphic chips that stimulate the firing conditions of human neurons, that much heat won't be necessary, right?
脳のニューロンとシナプスを物理的に模したやつだろ。
That's fucking crazy.
あんなもんが使い物になるかどうかなんてまだまだ未知数じゃん。懐疑的な有識人は多いよ。
Yeah, fair enough. You mean those things that physically mimic neurons and synapses? There's still an unknown variable. It's not clear if they'll ever be viable. Many professionals still remain highly skeptical. Yeah, I can see why. Yeah, totally.
そもそも脳におけるニューロンの長さとか密度って超絶妙にできている。
For example, the length and density of neurons is extremely precise.
これ以上ニューロンが細くなったら活動電位が不安定になるし、密度を高くしたら熱暴走で死ぬし、巨大化したら神経性移植の距離が伸びすぎて情報のやり取りが遅くなり、実質的な脳処理が遅くなるだろうって言われているんだぜ。
It said that if the neurons become too thin, their action potential will become unstable. If they become too dense, they'll die due to thermal runaway. And if they're too big, the distance between the nerve fiber bundles will increase too much, slowing down the exchange of information and ultimately the processing of the brain itself. God, that really is tricky. Alright, so action potential is a sudden rise and fall in membrane voltage of a neuron in response to a stimulus. Hang on, what's AI reviews? Fuck off. Reversal of electric polarization of the membrane of a nerve cell or muscle cell. It provides the nerve impulse, and in the muscle cell it provides a contraction required for all movement. Weird. Interesting. And then what is Alright, so mechanical abuse, electrical abuse, thermal abuse. I love it. So you have a high temperature generating event that then releases heat energy, dissipated energy, and then temperatures increase, and it's could you say it's positive feedback? I mean, technically. Yeah. Well,
そんな超絶妙にできた脳回路を人間の力でシリコンウェハーに搭載できるか？
yeah, seriously, yeah. Could humans really build something so precise as a brain circuit into a silicon wafer? I wonder if that's actually what it's called.
知らん。
I don't know. Give it like 300 years.
どちらにしろ、
We'll become
さっき
robots.
話に出てきた痛みの神経線移植を取り出して試験管の培養液で生かすって話。
Either way, earlier we were talking about cutting out the nerve fiber bundle that causes pain and keeping it alive in a test tube full of culture fluid. Yeah.
単体で取り出した神経線維束を発火させてどこに痛みがというのは何ら科学的な疑問じゃないだろう。どう考えても結果ありきで難癖つけているだけにしか聞こえんと俺は思うけどな。
Isolating the nerve fibers, making them fire a signal, and then asking where's the pain. It's a very scientific question. I suppose it's more logical than scientific. It seems to me like you're just finding fault with the results.
そうじゃあさ、ソウルクリプキが言った固定指示詞。
Oh yeah? Well, how about this? Saul Kripke said that the fixed indicator...
いいよ、そういう話は。わりかし、その手の本読むと全部同じことしか書いてないし。
And then Tomosane is saying that he doesn't really want to go into academia and he doesn't want to study. I mean, my god, he would probably beat most of the people that are studying at the moment. And if Yuki is an alternate personality of Tomosane's and she is a reflection of everything that he knows, believes, has watched, well, of course, it's the case that that just increases what I think even more.
脳の動きが心という現象を生み出しているという説明に対してはいくらでも哲学的な立ち位置から科学に対して難癖はつけられると思う。そして大概がアホらしい議論でしかない。
It's the explanation that brain activity is generated by the mind. You can make as many arguments against science as you want from a philosophical standpoint. Oh god, here we go. Yeah, most of them would be ridiculous, like, yeah.
語るだけ無駄。
Fair enough.
Mm, じゃあ終わりね。ユキ姉は再び華麗に論破してやったわ。
Well then, I guess that's it. Another score for Yuki Ne, the debate master.
んだよ。その最後まで喋ってた方が勝ちみたいなルールはよ。
I love that.
インターネットにおける論争スタイルだぜ。
Yeah, fair enough. Some arguments work on the internet.
つまりバカの論争スタイルってことか。
So it's how idiots argue.
なんだトキ様、深夜に誰かわからない敵と戦い続ける自宅警備員や自称小説家や自称研究者や自称ライターやその他試作赤などという意味不明なものを作って妄想を垂れ流しているエロゲライターとか、そういうネットをさまよっている暇人たちに謝れ。
Jesus Christ. What was that? You joke. Apologise to all the home defenders. Is a home defender like a hikikomori or what? Like, what am I even saying? What actually is a home defender? Why would you defend your home? What, like defend your home viewpoint? Dude. Oh, it's not a phrase. I thought it was some sort of popular phrase that people used, but no. It's some sort of slang that I didn't know about, no. All the home defenders. Oh, fuck.
そいつら絶対ダメなやつらだろ。
Apologise to all the home defenders. Self-proclaimed novelists. Those people are definitely not. Well, to be fair, it depends on what. Well, no. Then again, I don't think they're pathetic. They're creative and they're just wanting to show their creativity out to the internet. But then again, I mean, I suppose it depends on what and how acceptable it is. So, I mean, maybe there's some people who are self-proclaimed novelists who they write like 2 words on a piece of paper and then call it a novel. I don't know. self-proclaimed researchers, self-proclaimed writers, and eroge writers that spew delusions on their so-called meditation accounts. Right. I've never actually seen Skaggy's Twitter account, but I've heard, I don't know if he spews delusions, I just know that he posts, let's just say, suggestive images of his characters. All of whom have too much time on their hands and surf the net late at night debating. Why is she saying all of this in order to justify why Tomosane should apologize to these people? These guys all sound pretty pathetic.
そうだな。ユキ姉さんもそいつには同意する。
So why did you just say that?
同意するのかよ。
Do you?
仕事しろよって話じゃん。
It's like get a job, right?
まあ、そうなるな。
Yeah, I can see that. Then again, I was kind of in the get a job mindset, and I'm very happy I got a part-time job because I think it actually really did change me for the better. So it's good and yet it's bad.
まあ、つうてもさ、さっきの話の続き、私も友実と同じ考えかな。
Getting back on topic, I'm of the same opinion as you, Tomosane.
試験管で培養している神経線維足を持ち出して、痛みはどこだって難癖つけるのはフェアじゃないと思う。科学的に対象化されてしまっている意識という現象に対して哲学論議を持ち込んでも意味ないだろうね。科学で何でも説明できるって意見が気に食わないのはわかるけど。
I understand the apprehension to the opinion that science can explain everything. Yeah, it just entirely depends on who's thinking.
別に説明できる範囲を科学は無制限に拡張できるって主張しているわけじゃないのに、ご丁寧に先回りしてそれは科学では説明できないって主張するのはどうなんだかと思う。
I'm not trying to claim that science can endlessly expand the range of explanations. I'm not sure how you can politely and preemptively argue that something can't be explained by science. Yeah, no, that is fair.
クオリアなんて言葉があるじゃない？感覚質なんて訳されるけど、訳語よりもクオリアそのものの方が有名になってるという面白い言葉。
It's that word qualia, right? It basically means sensory qualities. But that word qualia has gotten itself has got a pretty famous for being so interesting.
自分が感じている独特な感覚と質感。
It means the unique senses and feelings that you experience.
例えば科学的な言葉だと電磁波の波長を数字で表して可視光線を定義できる。でも我々に見える色そのものは波長の数値ではなく赤だったり青だったりする。そんなもんがクオリアだ。
Oh god, flat earthers.本来それこそ自分にしかわからないような感覚と質感だからこそクオリアという概念なのだけど。 Essentially, by the nature, you can only know what they are internally through sense and feel. That is what makes them qualia by nature.
でも実際は テレビの教養番組でクオリアを普通に説明してるし、ほとんどの人がそういう番組を見てクオリアというものが何を指しているのか理解する。
But in truth, qualia are commonly explained in educational TV programming. And most people can understand what they are after seeing examples while watching these shows.
誰でも理解可能なものなら、それはすでに自然主義的に対象とすることが可能な概念となっているのだろう。
If it's something that everyone can understand, it's probably just a concept that can be objectified in a naturalistic
ク
way.
オリア問題なんて一般に言われた瞬間から、それは哲学的な問題じゃなくて、科学的にどうクリアするかという問題に変わっていると思う。
Yeah, fair. Yeah, to me, the moment this was universally accepted as the qualia problem, it ceased being a philosophical matter and become a scientific question of how to induce qualia.
そういえばクオリア問題との絡みでよく出てくる哲学的ゾンビとかもほとんどの人が理解はできるな。
That reminds me of the idea of philosophical zombies, which often come up in relation to the qualia problem, and are also easily understood by most people. Yeah, fair.
哲学的ゾンビって自分以外の人間にはクオリア的なものがない可能性を示唆しているわけだけど、そんな問題定義ができる時点で自分以外の人間がクオリア的なものを持ち合わせていて、それを理解できるって前提だもの。クオリアって言葉が一般化したのってさ、意識や心が今後本格的に哲学ではなく科学によって解明されるんだぞっていう宣言のように聞こえるんだな。意識におけるハードプロブレムはどんなに難しくてもやはり明確な形を持つ問題でしかない。人工知能学者がインタビューで自分は子供の時から自分が見ている赤色と他人が見ている赤色が同じものであるとどうやったら証明できるかってことをずっと考えていたみたいな話を見たけど、まさに神経科学の対象はそういうレベルなんだと思う。
I read an interview of an AI scholar who said that since he was a kid he's always wondered how to confirm that the colour red he sees really is the same red that others see. To me that's exactly the same level as what neuroscience targets. Yeah, that's true. So I suppose
意識に対して
that makes
現在いろいろな仮説が科学的に試みられている。その仮説に対して哲学的会議の有効性がないとは言わないけど、それは科学側が行う手続きの範囲でしかないと思う。
Yeah, that's right.
「 だとしても哲学が科学の先回りして意識の解明は無理とか独断論的に語る根拠はないと思う。
Yeah, me too. Dogmatic, what the fuck? Dogmatic, what a weird adjective. I've never seen that before, and I hate that word if I'm gonna be honest. I really don't like it.
そもそも科学的な見方と哲学的な見方は違ったもので、その2つをまるで同じ視点のように語ったら混乱しかないんじゃないかな。
Yeah, reasonable.
でも科学はそもそも哲学から分離したものじゃないか。
Yeah.
古代ギリシャの哲学はそもそも物理学と倫理学および論理学の3通りの学があるっつやつだな。ニュートン力学の歴史的書物が自然哲学の数学的諸原理、近代物理学の礎となった書物に哲学って言葉が入っていることからわかるように、この時代の物理学は哲学の一種だった。
Yeah, that's interesting.
とか言い出したら哲学からありとあらゆる学問が分化していったさ。分化した学問は総じて哲学的な諸問題を客観的対象化することに成功したもんだよね。記憶の印象もしくは観念について我々は一種の体系を作り出す。内的な知覚にか感覚的な機能にか、これまで現れたことがあると我々が思い出すもの全てをこれに含める。こうした体系の中の個々のものはいずれも現在の印象とともに実在と呼ばれる。
何それ、誰かの言葉？
ヒュームだな。人間本性論に書いてた。現在の印象とともにっつうところが考えさせるね。
どういう意味で？
まあそれはいいのよ。多分哲学って仕事は理解可能な一般性や法則性の内部に実在化という形で組み込む仕事なんだと思う。
だったらクオリアが一般的なものとなった今、意識とかそういうものに対しては哲学の仕事はなくなったってことか？
全然そんなことないよ。まあこれは予想だけど、多分科学はいつか意識っつうものを解明するだろう。人工知能かなんかで意識も再現できるだろうね。人間の意識だけが科学では扱い不可能だとか、今のところ言える根拠はない。多分人は考えられる対象は全て考えられるだろう。私とかさ、なぜ数字なるものが存在できるのかよくわからない。
1とか2とか3とかの？
そう、それよ。こうやって指を1本立てたとするじゃん。これを1とみなせるよな。
まあそれは1本の指という意味で1だな。
アフリカで象を1頭見ている人も1だ。数学で計算している文字列の中に1が含まれていたらそれも1だ。今私が口に出した1という音、計算機に表示される1という表記。すべて違った対象なのに、私たちはそれらを1と呼ぶ。さらにそれを使って1たす1イコール2なんてことができて、その計算が複雑化して 我々の生活を豊かにしてくれたり、宇宙の根源的な謎にまで迫ったりする。ゼロの発見が歴史的にすごいみたいな言われ方するけどさ、マイナスだって結構なもんじゃない？例えば友サネに私が130円借りたとする。そんで私はジュースを買う。お金がなくなる。本来なら私がお金を持ってないのならゼロから先に進むわけがないのに、それを130円の借りということでマイナスと定義する。借金なんかは全部マイナス表記だ。これもかなり不思議な概念だよ。数字の発明は人類が農耕を始めたことに由来している。確かに農作物の分配管理や商取引のためにはマイナスという概念は必要だ。そんな感じで数学は大数学、幾何学、解析学と大きく分かれて複雑化していき、ありとあらゆる世界の法則を見つけ出していく。そもそも1が何なのかさえよくわからないのにもかかわらず、我々が使う1の由来すらわからずに、我々はそれを使ってありとあらゆることを分かったと考える。こいつはすっごい謎だ。不思議すぎて昼も寝られん。
How is it a nap if you're kept awake? It's really interesting though, and I'm actually really quite enjoying this dialogue because it's just really giving me... It's giving such a good opportunity just for me to interpret things that you never really think about, and if anything, I suppose Qualia is a good example of this, but also just the number theory as well. It's so weird just to think about the fact that there are so many things that we use in order... Well, we just have a sign to it, and the fact that... And just the progression of numbers and why numbers have been able to initially... Well, the thing is, numbers were invented by humans. And what I find so unusual is the fact that these things that people have invented so many years ago are still used today in order to just solve said problems. And what I think is really odd about that is the thing that it's just the fact that a system that was invented so many years ago, I mean, sure, it has adapted. I can't really say this with full information because I don't fully know about it, but it's been invented years ago, and it probably has been adapted a ton of times, in numerical system, but the fact that we use such an old numerical system in order to solve and just realise problems today. But then again, I suppose there are a lot of things that are used in maths now that would never have been used beforehand, so I suppose it really is just a case of evolution. I mean, let's just say any mathematical constant. You know, let's just take E or pi or... I don't know, just stuff like that. Yeah, and it's really interesting.
結構お前は昼も寝てるじゃん。
Yeah, fair enough.
寝る子はよく育つ。
You're a child? I thought you were literally... I thought she was my age. What?
何が育つんだよ。
Or is she just saying that because she feels like a kid? I don't know.
胸とかかな。
Oh
まあ
god.
実際少し胸が大きくなったような気がしてならないんだよね。
Look at Tomosane. He is just in pain. To be fair, they are massive, I won't deny that, but yeah.
なるわけねえだろ。
Yeah, seriously, yeah, that's what I thought. Oh, wait, no. Then again, Tomosane is thinking that because of the fact that Yuki potentially doesn't exist and only exists within Tomosane's head. Or maybe if Yuki is a ghost spirit. I mean, he's not really sure about where she comes from anyway, but I'd assume that she's a ghost just from everything that we've seen in Hill of Sunflowers, but oh, she's either dead or she doesn't exist. Well, she still doesn't exist to anybody apart from Tomosane. And Hasaki can see her too, which is quite cool. Further alluding to the fact that it's a ghost. Dude. She's just been talking about the fact that she's...
いやいや、Tomosaneの願望が反映されて大きくなる可能性は否定できない。
Oh god.
Tomosane が望めば、多分 J カップぐらいの記入に育つかもしれないぞ。
What the fuck am I reading? It's going straight in my quotes channel. I wanna kill myself.
なんだよ、その J リーグみたいなカップ数は。
What is the J League? Dude, this keyboard. Japanese football, right? Oh, Jesus Christ. Somewhere. Search history.
お前が望んだんだろうが。
Really?
望んでねえよ。
Yuki is very, very strange.
J カップの父にさらにペースを生やすこともできるかもしれんぞ。そいつでTomosaneの前立腺を刺激してやることだってできるぞ。
絶対に望まないから、死んでもいらないから、そんなこと起きない。
Yeah, I definitely do not want that. Good. Don't become like Takuji and Rirudu or Ayana. Even if my only alternative with death, that's absolutely never happening. Good.
そうかな。抵抗するTomosaneが私のペースに貫かれた瞬間、ああという叫び声とともに自覚させられる逆アップの願望。
Right. So you would quite literally rape me. Okay then, Yuki, what the fuck are you on? I mean, she's really, really fun. She's really exciting. And she's just constantly energetic, but she has a lack of restraint. A real lack of restraint. She takes stuff a little bit too far. How did this even originate as well? Because we're just talking about numbers, and then we're talking about Futanari's and this. There we go.
ああ、本当は嫌なのに、なんなんだこの湧き上がる快感。 お尻の穴がこんなに気持ちいいなんて。すごい、お尻の穴が気持ちよすぎる。俺ダメになっちゃう。
I feel like he's going to shout and everybody on the train is going to stare at him.
となるわけよ。すっげえ。
Okay, Yuki.
なんねえから。
Good for Tomosane. Tomosane is doing a really, really good job just not being aroused by anything that is being said. But he's really, really uninterested in anything that goes on. And if I'm going to be honest, when you're near somebody like Yuki, especially because of the fact that you're in public, that's a very good thing.
お尻の穴気持ちいいぞ。多分トモサネはハマるぞ。私に掘られてあんあん言うぞ。
勝手なことを言うな。
yeah, Tomosane being realistic. Let's go.
いや、絶対気持ちいいから。私に掘られてみろって。
Right.
絶対ない。大体なんでお前にお尻の穴が気持ちいいことがわかるんだよ。
Well, then again, Tomosane and Yuki did fuck. Maybe that's why.
今の無言はなんだ。
けど、もし仮に神経細胞が生み出す情報としての数字との関係性が明らかになったとするよ。
This contrast. I suppose the relationship between neurological and mathematical information becomes clearer.
話戻すのかよ。
Ah, yes. Yuki talking about becoming a Futanari and then just talking about this. Why? I just don't get this. I don't get this visual novel. I mean, how can you go from so horny to logical? And how can you change it? This is just weird, I'm sorry.
とりあえず脳が生み出す情報、物理法則で動く脳という器官が数字的な情報とそもそも似た形式を持つことが発見されて、そのことから脳が数字を生み出す必然が明かされる。まあ納得できる説明だとは思う。情報、物理法則で動く脳という器官が数字的な情報とそもそも似た形式を持つことが発見されて、そのことから脳が数字を生み出す必然が明かされる。まあ納得できる説明だとは思う。
At any rate, it's been discovered that information produced by the brain, an organ that operates on physical laws, is in a similar format to numerical information anyway. That's interesting, I didn't realise that. Wow. And this reveals the inevitable outcome of the brain producing numbers. Well, seems like a satisfactory explanation to me.
お尻の穴からよくもそんな話を戻せる
な。Seriously.
黙って聞いて。だいたい今まで私が言ってたことちゃんと理解してる？
Of course he does.
これまでの話ってなんでいろいろなものを1という数字で数えられるか。なんでその数字を拡張させて数学になってそれが宇宙の謎にまで迫るってことが謎だっけ？
Yeah, that's a good point.
そう、そのことよ。
So you have been paying attention.
とある物理学者が宇宙のすべてに対して It from bit って言った。 全ての事象、素粒子も重力も角力も何でもかんでも0か1という2種のビットという情報の単位からできてるっつう感じ。これは仮説というか妄想に近い話だけど、もしそんなもんが観測可能なレベルで証明されたら、私が思ったなぜ数字が世界を説明できるのかの謎は解明されたことになるだろう。そこまで壮大なことじゃなくても、もし数字1と脳の形式類似が観測されたら、この謎はなくなるだろ
う。It from bit が証明されたら、意識どころか宇宙レベルで哲学的な問題はなくなるんじゃないか。
そうかな。私は全然そう思わない。そもそも分かったものは対象化された意識であって、どこまで行ってもそいつは私ではない。単純な話で、いくら対象化して一般化してもだな。私が私であること、今が今であること、ここがここであること。
Well, couldn't you think that the reason that you are yourself and the reason that you perceive the place that you are in as how it is because of how your brain has worked in order to retain and store that information? And I suppose Qualia could definitely have a play in it as well, have a play in deciding this as well. I mean, these are what you feel, but these are the results of the objective activity, surely? I don't know though.
私と今とここという根本的な部分であり、かつ本質的な謎に到達することは絶対にできない。この疑問とハードプロブレムと言われるものは根本的に違うと思う。意識が解明されても哲学的なむき出しな問題っつうのは残り続ける、というよりは、むしろ意識なんて客観的に対象化された名前で呼ばれるものではない。根源的な対象問題に近接し続けることになるとは思う。そもそもなんでクオリアなんて言葉が成り立つんだ？極めて私費的である感覚に対して客観的に語れるクオリアなんて言葉が成立するんだ。
Well, I mean, I think it's perfectly reasonable because you're using a word to just group sensations that people have, because even though they may be different, they still technically fall under the same category.
今語った私費性という言葉すらももっと超私的なものなのに一般化されて哲学談義に組み込まれている。 私非性を我々は意識メーターを持たないとか言ったりするらしいけど、私非性なのに我々って言っている時点でおかしくないか？
By the way, just before I go on, I kind of wanted to look up what these things are. Our problem with consciousness. Oh, right, okay, so why and how humans and other organisms have qualia phenomenal consciousness or subjective experience. Yeah, that makes sense. Couldn't really find much for the fundamental object problem. Yeah, actually, that's a good point.
実際そのあたりでいろいろな混乱が見られるような気がする。ウィトゲンシュタインが独画論は語り得ないと表現したけど、さすがだね。まさにそれなんだと思う。科学的に完全に客観対象化できてるならいいけど、そうじゃないものを混ぜると混乱する。特に哲学談義みたいなもんには科学的な言葉が混入しやすいけど、それをしたらもう何が何やらわからない。
That's interesting.
哲学的な議論は哲学的視点でしか語るべきではない。そこに科学特有の視点を混ぜるのは危険だし、議論の混乱の元になる。この前哲学の本読んでたんだけどさ、私の体は世界であるみたいなこと書いてあったんだよ。その説明で酸素とか二酸化炭素とかそんな物質的な関係においても、私の体は地球規模で循環しつながっているみたいな話が出てきたんだよね。なんじゃこれと思った。
まあ別にそうなんじゃない？
いや、それ哲学全然関係なくねえか？そんなの今時少し頭がいい小学生だって言える科学的な世界観の一例じゃん。だったらなんだ？福岡いいところだぜ。なんで福岡から出ていくの？福岡よりいい街とかないのにみたいな福岡至上主義の人たちは福岡から一生出ないから、私の限界は福岡の限界であるとか言っちゃうのか？私の体は酸素や二酸化炭素、あるいはタンパク質やカルシウムなどの循環において福岡に偏在しており、私と福岡の境界線は曖昧であり、私の限界は福岡の限界であるとか言っちゃうのか？
なんでいきなり福岡なんだよ。
知らんけどな。
まあ物体的な循環性はもっと大きな時間で見たら地球規模なんじゃないの？
そもそもそんなことはどうでもいいんだよ。なんだったら循環する物質のシミュレーションでも作って、数十億年の私の体の広がりでも見たりして、私の体はここいらに偏在しているとかうなずくのか？そんなもん哲学じゃねえだろ。
ああ、あれか。それは本物の哲学じゃない的なやつね。なるほどね。素晴らしい見識ですね。さすが頭がよろしいユキさんだ。
He so sounds like he doesn't give a shit and he's totally joking here.
なんだTomosane、お前この私をバカにしているのかな？
当たり前だろ。俺はそういうやつはうさんくさくて嫌いだもの。
God, he's really, really picky. Wow.
あれは偽物の〇〇である。 本物の〇〇はこういうものであるとかいうやつはうざい。
God, I really do wonder just how much of the content in these arguments and also just stuff like this are in general the viewpoints of Skaggy.
わかる。
わかるのかよ。お前がそんなの哲学じゃねえって言ったんだろ。
言ったよ。それが何か？
なんで開き直っているんだよ。本物の哲学はこういうものであるとかいうやつはうさんくさいって俺は言ったんだよ。
わかる。いちいちそれは哲学ではないとか言うやつうざい。
お前じゃん。
だってさ、本物っぽい哲学とか語ってる方がかっこよくない？
You can't impose your view on other people.
そう？俺は極めて気色悪いと思う。
わかる。
それもわかるのかよ。
私もさ、そういう本読んでると気色悪いなと思うもん。何が超越論的やねんとか思う。超越論的当確と心理学的当確とは峻別されるべきであるとかさ、正直うっせえよとか思う。
What is transcendental perception? Oh, right, relating to a spiritual realm. Okay, yeah, I can see that. But then again, I mean, if these are genuine viewpoints people believe in. To be fair, I really do wonder where the line between religion and philosophy is drawn, and I do wonder if a lot of people who are very religious try to use their religion in order to explain the mysteries of the universe. And I just wonder how debates like these work with religions, because if you told a religious person that their philosophy was wrong and it's not real philosophy because you, as Tomosane said, a self-important jerk-off. I think that was the exact words he used. But, yeah, I mean, it's not very nice for a start. I feel like philosophy really is just a subject in which what is subjective and what is objective. It really, you need to be very careful about what you say and what you think and what you decide. Must be essay writing hell. As you could probably tell, I do not study philosophy. And I study physics and maths. And geography as well, but yeah. I am the opposite end of this, to be honest.
なんで哲学書とか読むんだよ。
そりゃかっこいい感じだからかしら。
気色悪いんじゃねえのかよ。
What is this person's memory, I swear?
キモカワってあったじゃない。キモくて可愛いってやつ。あれみたいな感じ。
な て中二病扱いだな。
Oh god, what's that?
ウィトゲンシュタインは諸問題を病であるとし、それを解決するのが哲学だと言った。中二病か。どちらも病という意味においては、あるいはそうかもね。
Oh yeah, yeah, no, I see that.
そこで遠い目して格好をつけるなよ。
可愛いでしょ、何やらせても。
どういう脈絡でそんな思考になるんだよ。
いやさ、ユキ姉ってば美人すぎるから格好つけるとマジヤバい感じしかしないじゃん。私自分の可愛さが怖い。怖すぎる。
お前のその考えがマジヤバい、怖い、怖すぎる感じしかしないよ。
まあどうでもいいんだよ、そんなことはさ。とりあえずだ、葉崎ちゃんが友実の頭蓋骨に穴開けて脳に電極さしてで私と出会って取っ組み合いになるのは、それはそれでいいんじゃないかなと思ってるわけよ。
Anyway, what I'm getting at is if Hasaki-chan could really drill a hole in your skull and stick some electrodes in your brain in order to meet me so that we could duke it out, I think that would be fantastic. What does she mean by duking something out? I'm so confused. Oh, it's a fight, right? I've never heard of that slang before.
待て、それ全然良くない。葉崎はそんなことしようとしているのか。
そりゃ大好きな友兄さんが脳内に住んでいる、それは美人なユキ姉に取られてるわけだからね。美人なユキ姉を追い出すためには脳に穴は開けるだろうし、電極も差し込むだろうさ。彼女は科学の力で幽霊であるこのユキ姉を追い出そうとしているんだよ。
でも取っ組み合いなら葉崎じゃユキに勝てないだろ
う。いやいや、あっちは科学の力を使っているからね。こっちの明晰夢の時間圧縮なんて問題にならない能力を使うでしょう。能力無効、能力コピー、因果率変換、考えられる限り最強の能力使いとして私の前に立ちはだかると思うんだ。というか BMI 使わなくても見たり話したりできるし、そもそも物理的接触だって実は葉崎ちゃんならすでにできそうな気がするんだ。BMI はどちらかといえば私よりも優れた能力を持つために開発しているんだと思う。
This is so distorted from reality, my god.
確かに人の脳に侵入できる科学力なら、その脳内であらゆる事象を操作するぐらいたやすい感じはするけど。
She is God because she has science on her side. Yeah, that's interesting.
能力無効、能力コピー、因果率変換。考えられる限り最強の能力使いとして私の前に立ちはだかると思うんだ。まさに現代のエクソシストだが、私は負けない。こっちにも悪霊としての意地があるんだからね。この友実の脳みその一部所有権を国に認めさせてやるんだからね。
I think that'll just make him seem even more even more likely to be a research specimen.
国に認めさせるのかよ。
Yeah, you really think they'd listen?
まあ所有権とかそういうのって国が決めるんじゃねえの？裁判とかで。他人の土地でも20年住んでいると自分の土地だって主張できるっつうじゃない。
What? I've never heard of that. Oh, I thought that said head. Oh my fucking god. How?
そもそも20年住んでないだろ。
葉崎ちゃんが友実の頭蓋骨にドリルで穴を開けて侵入してくるまでそれぐらいの時間はかかるだろう。それまで私は頑張るんだから。
Do your best how?
それ以前ね、今悪霊言ったよな。自分が悪霊だと思ってるんなら成仏しろよ。
やだよ、そんなことしたら友実悲しむじ
ゃん。悲しまないし。
私が消えたと思った時に泣いてたことがあるくせに。
ことねえよ。
Oh, he's really putting up a front. He always does it though, and it honestly just the more we see Tomosane putting up fronts, the more it's surprising that everything happened when Tomosane and Takuji had the final battle. Well, no, not then. Sorry, what was I saying? I was meant to say when everything that was going on between in the bath scene where Tomosane finally becomes honest. Wait, no, where is it? I forgot where it is. Where he finally becomes honest with himself. I'll look into that. Stairs. Yeah, no, seriously, that's such a problem. Especially in this job that he's in, too.
寝てたら寝言出てたみたいだな。
God, that must be awkward.
何その無理筋な言い訳。いや、そんなに恥ずかしかったか。でも仕方がないよね。あんなに泣いてたんだもの。泣いている友実ね、可愛かったな。思わず後ろから抱きしめちゃったもん。
Oh my god, this really reminds me of chapter 1.
いやー、ユキ姉みたいな美人で頼りになってすっげー強くて頭がよろしい女性がいなくなったらそりゃ泣きますよ。泣いちゃいますよね、友実くん。
Oh god, the worst thing is she actually has things to tease him about. Right. Oh my god, and the funniest thing is he can feel this as well. You know, I think Tomosane is really lucky that he's not horny. Yeah. It'd just be that. What the fuck? I think this background changes in relevance to the time of day. Oh no, never mind, it doesn't. No, because I was thinking that this could be time for the sun setting, and then it could be night time here. But these are just different screens. Oh damn, that's a shame. I didn't realise that they were different. Wait, where am I going? Yeah, save and load, they have different backgrounds. That's a shame. Anyway, that's the end of day 1. Well, I enjoyed the philosophical debates, honestly. There was some really quite interesting stuff there. I mean, it was a bit hazy. It was just a bit of fan service, and I think it was just quite nice just to see really, really relaxing time after obviously the real intensity of the story and the fucking twist that Ayana had given us. It's nice just to see some fun with the characters, see fan service, and just in general enjoy myself, really. I mean, yeah, it's interesting. I do wonder where this is going to go, and if this is going to have anything more than fan service. If I'm going to be honest, I did look at I did look at this. I swear, hang on a second, let me just check. I think there are... Oh wait, no, okay, so there's one H scene later on, which I'm going to be honest with, somebody is stone cold and somebody who doesn't want to admit anything that he truly feels. He puts on a very, very stone cold front, but he's very soft inside. Tomosane. It surprises me that something like that actually happens. It's really interesting how their relationship has progressed, and I'm excited to see more of it, honestly. Right, okay, so before we get on to... This is day 2, by the way, now, but before we get into any new content, I wanted to see what the ahokayo option gives you. Are you an idiot? Oh, it says, are you stupid here, but basically the same thing. I would have said bakakayo, surely, for stupid. I don't know, I just kind of attribute baka, or baka-baka-shi, to like stupid, nonsensical, more than aho. I always just think aho is idiot. Especially because the ahoge as well. For example, what Kagami and Tsukasa have, where Kagami has 2 of them and Tsukasa only has 1. I think it's funny. Tsukasa is the person who is hallucinated, who Takuji hallucinates as Hasaki and Tomosane as well sometime. Well, not really many times, but he did once. But anyway, my point is, the funny thing is that even though Hasaki is going to become a university student, Tomosane is kind of, Takuji just viewed Tsukasa as an idiot. Well, no. Well, it wasn't necessarily that. It was just the fact that she had an ahoge. I think it's just contradictory, and that's why it's funny. This is getting ridiculous. There was no way I could keep up with Yuki when it comes to that stuff, and I didn't feel like using my brain on something so annoying before I even got to work anyway. Oh god. His work's probably really, really boring then. Don't blame him.
とりあえずだ。はさきちゃんが友実の頭蓋骨に穴開けて脳に電極刺して。で、待て、それ全然良くない。はさきはそんな。それは大好きな友兄さんが。I can't believe he's believing it. それは美人なユキ姉に取られてる。美人なユキ姉を追い出すためには脳に穴を開けるだろうし、電極も差し込むだろうさ。でも、とっくみ合いならはさきじゃゆ。いやいや。あっちは科学の力を使っているからね。こっち能力無効、能力コピー、因果率変換。考えられる限り最強の能力というか BMI 使わなくても見たり話したりできるし BMI はどちらかといえば確かに人の脳に侵入まさに現代のエクソシストだが私は負けない。こっちにも悪霊としての意地があるんだからね。 この友実の脳みその一部国にまあ所有権とか他人の土地でも20年住んでいると自分の土地そもそも葉崎ちゃんが友実の頭蓋骨にドリルで穴を開けて侵入してくるまでそれぐらいの時間は
それ以前に今悪霊言ったよな。自分が悪霊
やだよ
この島の
私が消えたと思う
That was hilarious.
ことねえよ
何いやそんなに泣いている友実可愛かったないやユキ姉みたいな美人で頼りになってすっげえ強くて頭がよろしい女性がいなく
She is a devilish teaser, to be honest. I don't blame him for saying that he has to endure it. What is a time card? I've never heard of that before. Oh, right, I see. So it's basically like clocking in and out. They're just electronic records that are used to track the amount of time someone spends working. Can I just mention, when I right-click here, my mouse isn't forcefully redirected to any of the menu operations that you can do. That's so weird. That just feels wrong. Good feature, but at the same time, it just doesn't feel right. That really, really annoying and shitty feature. That just felt like something that defines Subarashiki. It just doesn't feel right without it, even though I don't like it the most. It's a bit weird. And then, oh god. Tomosane is really lucky that he doesn't have, well, he's not as horny as Takuji, let's just say. Oh my god, what would you do in this situation if that was the case? This is just a bit weird. Hey, what? Something's wrong. Oh yeah, I really wonder what it is. Oh god.
マジ会社来ていきなりじゃん。なんかこの席とか取り憑かれているんじゃないの？お祓いとか行った方がいいんじゃない？
What about you? I can see why she's an evil spirit now.
お祓いを頼まなくても、お前がその胸を頭からどければ済むことだ。
Yeah, fair enough. I think that's a bit of a fair exchange. Yeah, because then you won't have to call an exorcist, even though we're in the 21st century, and I don't think exorcisms happen anymore. Well, to be fair, they probably do with really, really occult religions, but they're not very societally accepted now. Let's just say that.
胸いやん、セクハラちゃん。
What? How?
お前が押し付けているだけだよな。
Yeah, seriously, she can't talk whatsoever.
押し付けているわけじゃないよ。このオフィスじゃあんたの背中ぐらいしか寄りかかる場所ないんだってば。
Well, why are you not leaning on it from the back then? Why are you leaning on it from the front? That makes no sense.
余った椅子にでも座ってればいい
What
だろう
about
が。
this little chest of drawers here? Just that just goes beyond the desk. Why can't you lean on that? Or I don't know, maybe the wall or the window or oh my god, even more so. Yeah, there are plenty of empty chairs for you to sit on. God, this must be so inconvenient. It must be really, really hard to work with something like this. My god.
でも友実の仕事見てたいじゃん。
He's not going to be able to do any work with her around, let's be honest here.
見なくていいし。お前が見てると気が散るし。
Fair. You don't have to watch. If you do, I'll just get distracted.
それは鍛錬が足りないんだよ。間宮流を受け継いだ武芸者として、友実はまだまだだな。
I wonder how good he is at martial arts still. I wonder if he still practices. That just shows you need more training. You've got a long way to go if you're going to carry on your grandfather's legacy as a martial artist. Yeah, fair enough. Total discipline. I can actually kind of see what Yuki's saying, but at the same time, I mean, I think training for martial arts and obviously disciplining your mind for that is a little bit different to, well, distraction in the workplace because of, oh, I don't know, stuff like this. Tomosane is really just a different breed. Like, seriously. He's probably so used to it at this point that it's not even... Well... You can imagine what I'm going to say. Oh shit, my webcam. It's not a matter of training. Really? Ha! Yeah. If you like watching so much, why don't you try doing it? Oh my god, he's in IT. I feel so bad for him. No way, I can't handle that kind of laborious IT work. What? Aren't you good at programming? He does programming. Damn. Wait, hang on a second. So it's... Oh yeah, that's really cool.
まあ苦手ではないけどさ。だとしてもだ。古代言語使いのコボラーが書いたソースなんて読む気しない。なんで一つのプログラムに6000行も使ってるんだよ。
yeah, fair enough. Well, I know my way around a computer, but that's not what I mean. I don't want to read all that old source code written in Cobra or whatever. I've never heard of Cobra. I've only used C# and Python, to be honest. Why does a single program need like 6,000 lines of code? What is the program in the world with the most lines of code? I'm genuinely curious. What the fuck? Okay, rumors, but oh my fucking god, the Human Genome Project amounts to over 3 billion lines of code. You cannot complain about wait, no, I don't know if that's true, but yeah, I see 27 million plus lines of code for Linux kernel. 50 plus million for Microsoft Windows. Jesus Christ. That's unbelievable. I mean, especially with Windows, if it actually gets over 50 million lines of code, it's just genuinely impressive to think about the fact that machines can run optimally, and if anything, even though they're executing just so much code, they can run optimally. And even if you have a computer that's really, really crap, that has low processor performance, low... Oh, I don't know, maybe it has issues with it, or it's just in general a really bad spec computer. It's just so impressive that it can have a horrible performance and it can actually run just because of the fact that it has to execute so many lines of code.
事務員や管理とか理系じゃない人でもプログラミングできるために作られたもんだからな。どうしても長くはなるよ。
It was designed so that office workers and public servants without scientific backgrounds could program for it. So it's no wonder it ended up so long. Yeah, that makes sense actually. Every single university computer science related course I've seen. Do you need computer science A level? Lol, no. You just need maths and physics, but that's... I'm not actually going to go down that path myself, even though I am doing maths and physics, but at the same time, I mean, it's just because of the logical skills that you gain from stuff that's in those subjects that people want them so much. I mean, I can totally see that, if I'm going to be honest. I think probably the most related thing to computer science that I've done in maths so far is, I mean, we haven't really done many things that are too related in physics. Actually, no, we have. But in maths, it's probability, easily. Easily. If I had to give like a subsection of it, I'd say maybe... I think binomial distributions are quite similar. See what I get when I search it up. Oh, it's discontinued. It's an object-orientated programming language. Oh, for fuck's sake.
官公庁とか銀行の官庁系のレガシーシステムだとこれだ。案外インフラ系も多いし。
It's influenced by Python, C#, Objective-C, and other programming languages. Yeah, it looks really similar to Python. And it reminds me of C# with the class system. Oh my god, that looks like hell. Oh shit, I didn't realise that. I wonder if it's used for writing. Well, no, it can't be. That said, this is a half-century-old programming language used in legacy systems for stuff like government offices and bank accounting systems. That's quite cool. It's used in a lot more infrastructure than you think.
使うのはいいんだよ。昔の奴らは使い方がめちゃくちゃなのが嫌なんだよ。数千行あるのにコメントが先頭のテンプレだけとかさ。あれで昔のプログラマーはうちらの世代よりも金もらえてたわけでしょ?
What the fuck? Is that actually true? That's horrible. Oh my god. It's not using it that I have a problem with. It's how the people in the past were so haphazard with it. Like, there's thousands of lines, but the template only allows for comments at the very top. So our programmers back then got paid more than our generation does now, right?
意味不明なほど深いネスト。延々と続く if ステートメント。ロジックをたどる苦痛。
Incomprehensibly deep nests. Endless strings of if statements. Yep, I can imagine that. Fuck that. The pain of following the programming logic. I feel like Sketchy's speaking from experience here.
その先にあるはずの end if なぜかないにもかかわらずプログラムが動く謎。
I've only seen end if in pseudocode. I've never used it. Wait, actually, no, hang on a second. I've used it in C#. I've not used it in Python, no. Wait, no, hang on a second. I'm totally misremembering. Wait, no. Because it's been a long time since I did this, but I swear Python loops only end just depending on indentations. I suppose you can have break statements in both Python and C#, but at the same time, I mean, C# has end if statements, whereas Python doesn't, I think. Or at least from what I did. Yeah, that's weird. At least you don't have curly braces.
ピリオドがあるかもしれないじゃん。一応エラーは出ないんだし。いやいや、エラー出ないかもしれないけど、なんかちゃんと処理されてるじゃん。動くわけねえ処理なのに動くし。しかもそんなもんが長年大手銀行のレガシーシステムとして使われているとか、超意味わからん。怖い。
No, there might not be any errors, but it's still processing the code. Yeah. It shouldn't be able to do that, but somehow it does. And this is the legacy system that major banks use. I seriously don't get it. It's scary. I like that. It shouldn't be able to process this code because of how... I'd assume the language really isn't that optimal.
そんなのあったな。まあ言語関係なくクソースはたくさん見てきたな。
つうかこんなもん普通50代とか40代のおっさんがやる仕事じゃねえか。
Unfortunately, you
なんで
probably
若
can't
い友
find
さんがや
anywhere
ってるの
else.
さ。
Anyhow, isn't this the kind of job guys in their 40s and 50s do? Why are you doing a job like this at your age?
営業さんが持ってくるからだろうな。
It was brought to me by someone in sales, remember?
友さねはそういうめんどくさい仕事ばっかり引き受けるんだもんな。
I feel bad for him. He deserves so much more, especially because of how good he is at playing the piano. Seems like you've always been stuck taking lame jobs, Tomosane.
まあいいじゃん。銀行の勘定系システムを金がいいから営業さんは持ってくるわけだし。
Oh, yeah. No, totally, yeah. Well, I'm fine with it. The salesperson brought it to me, brought it to be because there's good money to be made from banking computing system. Oh, yeah, totally.
メンテとか全然面白くないし。
Yeah, I don't blame him. I don't blame her for thinking that. But at the same time, I mean, sometimes it doesn't necessarily matter about how fun it is. If you get a lot of money for it, it must be really, really good. And he definitely has enough to sustain himself, I'll bet you anything.
仕事に面白さとか求めなくていいんだよ。
Yeah, relatable. I'm not really looking for fun in my job anyway. Well, I mean, I can't exactly say much. I mean, I literally work part-time because I'm at school at the moment. I work part-time in hospitality. I mean, it's just the norm for students my age to get a part-time job, but yeah. I mean, I like where I work a lot. It's just I started for money, not for fun. I'm not really looking for fun in my job anyway. While we were hearing this conversation in my head, I heard a voice call out.
間宮さん、少しいいですか?
That voice sounds familiar. Who's this?
間宮さん、少しいいですか?
I don't know. Mamiya-san, do you have a moment?
いいよ。
Sure, what's up? I noticed a woman who had joined our company earlier this year was standing at my desk.
これなのですけど、営業で使う資料に関してこっちの部署で確認してくれと言われたのですが、システム開発主任の伊藤さんに見せたら、間宮さんに見てもらえって。
That's insane. No, he's doing really well. Well, I was told to confirm something with this department regarding our sales data, but when I asked Ito-san, the head of system development, to take a look at it, he told me to show it to you, Mamiya-san. I just think it's so funny that this person is so professional. And Tomosane is professional as well, but I think this speaks for itself, really. How does this guy do serious work and talk to other people while this is happening? And let's be honest, how is he so desensitized to it? Seriously, it's insane. This guy is not human. That's my verdict. Genuine verdict. There. Oh, this? Well, I started looking over the data sheets the new employee had handed to me.
基本的には問題ないと思うよ。ただ、この部分は数字だけだと見づらいから、グラフも載っけた方が分かりやすいかもしれない。これのデータをもらえるかな?
Well, there's nothing fundamentally wrong with it, but this section here, that's just a bunch of numbers, is kind of hard to make sense of. It might be easier to understand if you used a graph instead. Can you get me the data for this?
はい、少し待っててください。
Yeah, sure, just wait a moment.
例えば、こうやって。
For example, if we do something like this. Oh, nice. Yeah, I typed the values from the document into the spreadsheet software and generated a few different types of graphs.
やっぱり基本は棒グラフと折れ線グラフの両方をつけたものが実数値と増減率が両方表示できるので一番見やすいと思う。
I think it really depends on the datasets you're working with, though. Overall, using both a bar graph and a line graph is the best way to illustrate both the actual numbers and the rate of change in a way that's easy to understand. Yeah.
色は青と赤が一番見やすいと思うけど。
Oh, he's
君はどうかな?
No, he's really fair. That's brilliant. Yeah, no, he seems like a nice person to work with. He's civil. He's really, really considerate of the other person and not just himself. Yeah, no, he's great.
君じゃありません。私は渡辺めぐみです。
Oh, never mind.
入社して2ヶ月経つのですから覚えてくださいよ。
I have a name, you know. I'm Watanabe Megumi. Megu. I think it's so funny that there's a character called Megumi in Subarashiki Hibi. Izunamaru Megumi from Toho 18. When I was doing my hard one CC, I was just constantly thinking of the fact that this person sounds like Megu LOL. And obviously Kudamaki Tsukasa as well. I mean, Tsukasa literally shared name with a character in Subarashiki Hibi. I have a name, you know. I'm Watanabe Megumi. Jeez, I've already been working here for 2 months. Please try to remember it. He either really doesn't care, or it's just the case that he's not able to remember. But then again, I mean, he doesn't have the idea anymore, and well, maybe it could be the case that Yuki is a result of... Well, then again, what I find really surprising is he has had his DID cured, and he is perfectly sane. So I just think it seems a bit odd to think about the fact that Yuki is an alternate personality. But then again, I mean, when they were talking about the brain-related things, they were talking about hacking into Tomosane's brain, and then Yuki being directly affected by that. So I don't really understand why that would be the case. It just feels like if Tomosane died, Yuki would die as well. But then again, I mean, it's really weird. Maybe this is another personality, but at the same time, it's rather than one that's harmful, it's one that's not harmful. It's really weird, actually. And maybe it's the case whenever Tomosane is feeling really down, or he's done something really shitty, or he's made a mistake, like we all do. Maybe it's the case that Yuki, rather than, I don't know, just making him feel worse, actually tries to make him feel better, and maybe Yuki's like a means of reflecting what he thinks. Like for example, if you do something and you know you shouldn't do it, Yuki could be the person just communicating that. I don't know. I think what you said would be best, Mamiya-san. Well then, I'll put this data in the network folder. Thank you so much for all your help, Mamiya-san. I like that Yuki's silent here. She knows when to be respectful. She's not one of those people that are really annoying and they just constantly try to talk to you, which is very surprising, actually. This is not really how I thought someone like her would be. But then again, I mean, she is very sensible, and she's obviously very fun when she wants to be. It was a piece of cake, really. Don't worry about it. Didn't seem so simple to me. But Tomosane has a lot of experience in this job. Also, can I just mention, I really do wonder how mathematical this job is. And, I mean, then again, he did obviously say that there's a non-science background programming course. Well, not course, but job relating to programming over here. But, yeah. It's interesting. What? Oh god! Oh no! This is embarrassing. God, this must be so awkward. Oh, sorry. Could you please update it with this revised data? There's a few places where I changed the text a bit, but as long as the sales supervisor doesn't notice, it will probably get through without any problems. God. Well, let's just hope it doesn't notice then.
文句言われたら全部俺が勝手にやったと言っていいんで。
Oh my god.
何かしたのですか？
He's really reckless. What exactly did you change?
まあ、営業と現場はね、いろいろあんだよ。そのうち君にも分かる時が来るから、その時までなんとなく覚えておけばいいよ。
Well, just some stuff about the sales and job sites. Different little things. You'll understand before long, so just keep this stuff in mind until then. God, slight little changes. Will people really care about tiny little presentation related things being changed? Well, I suppose the text being changed could change the ultimate meaning of.
ですが、名前覚えてください。
I see, but please remember my name.
渡辺さん、それを営業の上司に渡しておいてください。
Watanabe-san, would you please deliver this to the sales supervisor?
はい、わかりました。ありがとうございます。今度こそお礼させてくださいね。
Yes, sir. Thank you again. Please let me return the favor sometime.
そういうのいいから。とりあえず昼休み前までに資料完成させた方がいいよ。
Really, don't worry about it. Anyhow, you better try and get that data finished up before lunch.
すみません。でも。
Alright, but.
俺も仕事残ってるからさ。
Well, you still have work to do. I'm assuming that Tomosane is doing a little bit of work while talking to Yuki. He can somehow concentrate when doing work and yet talking at the same time, but yeah, it must be a little bit hard to be productive here.
わかりました。いつもいろいろとありがとうございます。
I see. Well, thank you for all your help.
あ、頑張って。
Sure, keep up the good work. The new hire bowed her head and went back to her workstation. Good that Tomosane is alone.
変わったよね。
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Yeah, no, totally. And he's really, really high up as well.
何がだよ、さっきから。
He is, and yet at the same time, I just find it funny that professionally he's totally grown up. I agree with that. But at the same time, just everything that's not professional in his personal life, it is exactly the same. I can totally see what he means.
ナイフみたいに尖っていた友実が他部署の新人の子に優しく教えているなんて。ユキね、びっくりだよ。
To think the same Tomosane who used to be as sharp as a knife said, yeah, reasonable. Could explain something to the lady from another department with such kindness. Your Yuki ne was shocked.
仕方がねえじゃないかよ。営業の人なんかまともに表計算ソフトさえ触れないんだからさ。
It comes with the job. The people in sales are totally clueless when it comes to spreadsheet software.
だとしてもね、友実がさ。
Still, it's hard to believe. The Tomosane back then was so different.
いつまで言っているんだよ。俺が社会人になって
何
年経っていると思ってるんだ？
He looks maybe mid-20s? How far in the past are you? Do you have any idea how long it's been since I became a working adult?
それだけじゃないじゃん。あえて火の粉をかぶるような真似もしてるし。
God, I would not like to get in a fight with Tomosane. Or just get him on my bad side. It's not just that, you even offered to take the blame if she got scolded.
まあ、そういうのも含めての仕事だしな。
Fair. Well, that's part of the job too.
でもさ、本当はあれって主任の伊藤さんが頼まれたんでしょ？友実の仕事ではないよね。
But wasn't that really something your boss, that Ito-san, should have dealt with? It's not really part of your job.
仕方がないだろう。伊藤さんは主任ではあるけど、まだ仕事に慣れてないし、営業資料のチェックとかやらされても混乱するだろう。
Oh yeah, that's a bit of a pain. I'd assume he's new, but at the same time he should still try to do this, because if you don't go out of your comfort zone now when you're new in the job, you're never going to do anything that would involve going out of your comfort zone. So yeah, how are you ever going to progress? That's my question.
でも伊藤さんって友実と同期じゃん。単に大卒だから友実より先に主任にもなっただけだし。
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah. Now that you mention it, when you both hired at the same time, I bet the only reason he got promoted first is because of his university degree.
伊藤さんは主任になって仕事増えたから、精神的にいっぱいいっぱいなんだよ。
Yeah. No, I wouldn't be surprised either. Since Ito-san was made supervisor for his workloads, since Ito-san was made supervisor for his workloads, gotten a lot bigger. Yeah, that makes sense. I'm sure he's under a lot of mental pressure.
増えた仕事っつうけどさ、今友実がやったことが 本来ならば伊藤さんの増えた仕事なはずじゃん。
Yeah, I mean, then again, I mean, he has a university degree. Shouldn't he be able to handle increased workloads? But then again, I suppose if they are really, really bad, it would be something that would be hard to get used to. But at the same time, it's not fair on Tomosane. Even if that's true, isn't what you just did basically supposed to be part of his increased workload? Yeah. I mean, Tomosane is defending this guy. It's actually kind of hard to tell whether he is just giving the task on Tomosane to Tomosane simply because of the fact that he has too much to do, or if it's just because he's being a bit lazy. But yeah, he really is defending this person. He's not wanting to shit talk anybody, which is really quite surprising. And like I just said, it shows that he's grown up. Yeah, they really do have to deal with all sorts of stuff. Bit of an extreme example in this case, but it conveys the point very well, I think. All sorts, huh? Yeah, well, it's not that I didn't agree with what Yuki was saying. Ah, he does agree, right? Yeah, no, that makes sense. Yeah, that I didn't agree with what Yuki was saying, but that's just where I stood at this job. Oh, well, I think you can tell from stuff like this that Tomosane is probably very good with dealing with women. Ito-san... Oh, yeah, fair enough, yeah. Ito-san wasn't very good at explaining things to people when he was especially bad at dealing with women. Yeah, that's why I decided to overlook that data just then. We always have all kinds of confusing work pushed on us from sales. As the stopper, we try to check the documents we present to the client as much as possible on site, but this can lead to liability problems later on. Even at that moment, along with the revisions in the graph, I was typing away, rewriting some of the descriptions. God. Oh, I see. If we sent out that clunky dataset as it was, we'd be screwed. So they're just constantly... He is just constantly the person who was checking all of the documents that are being sent to clients just before they are sent, and in the last minute, I suppose. If we sent out that clunky dataset as it was, we'd be screwed. Texas seems to allow for an unlimited number of changes. Text that you're unsure will be presentable, even up to the last minute before the deadline. Oh god, yeah, that's hell. That's pretty much the entirety of my work. Yeah, that sounds genuinely awful. High paying, but awful. The people in sales usually didn't notice, but when they did, I'd get yelled at. That's hilarious. He really takes risks. But then again, I mean, this is the problem. Okay, sure, he feels that data is clunky and that the presentations would need to be revised, but at the same time, your subjective viewpoint shouldn't be... Well, basically, the entire data collection and presentation is at mercy of your subjectivity. Well, okay, to be fair, he's not going to change the data, but he'll still potentially change what the data shows, and I don't really think what he's doing is right. I mean, even though he thinks it's for the better good of the company. Yeah, and then of course I'd have to explain myself. Ah, yes, I did this because you're shit at your job. Well, not really shit at your job, but you can do your job better. Yeah, I talked myself out of it with a calm, polite explanation. Yeah, good. I love that. If you can make them say something along the lines of, based on what you said, it seems the responsibility lies solely with so-and-so's. So-and-so son. They usually leave you alone. Yep, I can totally see that. I like that. There's a similar story like this. A long time ago, it seems they deliver airmail even during big What? Why? They didn't care about the high rate of accidents, but the company still kept sending out planes. What the fuck? I wonder if that's actually true. Jesus Christ. The new rule stated that the person who gives the order must ride along with the aviator should be EBR. That's ridiculous. What the fuck? Yeah. But if the pilot felt like his life was being put in danger, you could twist that, surely? Well, then again, I mean, it would be... Well, I really do wonder if you could think that, obviously, storms are happening, so your life could be put in danger. I mean, yeah, sure. But at the same time, I mean, that is just entirely... I would have thought... I mean, then again, why can't you just wait until the weather's not stormy? I just don't really understand. I mean, storms don't last for the longest amount of time. I mean, like, maybe a day or two at the worst. What's the rush? But then again, I suppose if people have an urgent need to send packages, they'll have to. But still, what's better? Somebody's life being risked, or maybe even more than one person's life being risked, or this. Oh yeah, funny that. Yeah, this led to a drastic decline in orders for departure during storms. Yeah. Oh, I see. That's actually really interesting. The relationship between sales and the job sites is kind of like this too. Even if the job site goes up in flames, the salespeople still keep pushing impossible projects onto us because they don't because they don't actually feel the pain. Yeah, that's just like, I mean, my exams, for example. Ah, yes, you're meant to revise for your exams, but we're going to set you so fucking much homework as well. But then again, I'm kind of lucky now because the homework is based on revision. But at the same time, it is still a bit difficult when sometimes people set you stuff that is based on a certain topic you need to revise. You're really confident in the topic, and they're still setting it. And it just feels a little annoying because I get that you are brushing up on your knowledge even if you are confident, and there may be some parts that you overlooked, you didn't find out. And I mean, it's perfectly good. Oh shit, I didn't realise that happened. It's perfectly good if that's the case, but at the same time, if it isn't, I mean, it just feels like such a waste of time when you could be revising stuff that you've done. Right, okay, I didn't know that space skips stuff now. Okay, I will never... I thought space was the hotkey that made it so that the... I don't even know what I was doing, to be honest. I like this. Yeah, fair enough. It would be better if they were wrapped up in the burning wreckage as well. I like that. For people that can't easily imagine the pain of others, the simplest way to get them to be nicer would be to have them experience the same pain. Fair. Most people don't really care about the pain of others. It's their own pain that they fear the most. Yeah, totally. Yeah. I've gotten to know the weakness of those kinds of people very well. Oh my god, that's hilarious. Yeah, I see that. That's why even though they're our sales partners, it's easy to control them. As for the people that are the job sites, it's too much of a pain to fight with the sales people, so most of them tend to avoid it, but I take the initiative. Oh god. These salespeople sound so annoying. Fucking hell. Wow. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I mean, this is the worst thing about stuff like this. I mean, people are putting unrealistic workloads on you, but at the same time, so you want to say no because their workloads are stupid. But at the same time, I mean, so obviously that's something that's bad and that's encouraging people. Well, that's just encouraging rebellion, which isn't really the best. But at the same time, it's for the better good of the company, so it feels really contradictory in that sense. Yeah, but it totally is, yeah. What? Oh my god. Oh, yeah, fair. That mass suicide case. The senior director and the CEO are the only ones that knew I was the one behind that incident. Jesus Christ, this took a wild turn. It's insane. I genuinely think it's so impressive. But this is the really tricky thing about hiring somebody with a past like this, because, I mean, obviously Takuji is a psychopath, but Tomosane is not, and I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of indication and a lot of records of the fact that he has been recovering even though something like this has happened to him. And I think it's so good that he's been able to make a change in his life. He's lucky as well. He really is. But then again, I suppose that change, it was just funded upon... Well, no, it was just made because of pure talent. If anything, ironically, Kotomi was the one who forced that talent to happen. So, I mean, if it wasn't for... It feels really weird to say this, but if it wasn't for Kotomi being really abusive and just forcing the personality of Takuji to develop and forcing Tomosane to become a person he is not, I suppose he wouldn't have had piano talent. Then, as a result of that, somebody who was coming to Hakushukyo wouldn't have been able to see him, like him, and hire him. Yeah, no, that's totally reasonable. Because of that, I basically ended up taking on all the jobs that nobody else in the department wanted to do. But the thing that's really good is I'm sure Tomosane is going to be able to work here for years. And the thing is, this person, he is... I mean, I get that Yuki's there and that's not exactly normal, but at the same time, she's very, very... Well, he's very, very sane. So it's just tricky. I mean, if somebody has a really... I don't actually know what you do in a situation like this. Somebody has a really bad criminal record, and yet at the same time, they've been showing that they can work, and they've been doing so for a really, really consistent amount of time, maybe 10, 20 years. So it really is hard. What do you do in a situation like that? Oh, yeah. It's not a very big company, so there's a lot of points of contact between the various departments and lots of friction between them too. Oh, God, in the middle of all this, all I can do is smile and answer, yes, sir, yes, sir. Seems this has earned me the nickname Mamiya-san the Buddha in the development department. Yeah, fair enough. From Yuki's perspective, maybe I look like the unreasonable one, taking on all this work without complaints. I can see that, but then again, I suppose it's better than... Well, if he doesn't do this, he doesn't have a job, he's kind of dependent on it. I feel like this is a job you only do for the money, you don't really do it because you enjoy it. Yeah, he never ever finds stuff fun and exciting. He always just finds it boring. But then again, I suppose he has fun outside of the job. I'm assigned boring maintenance projects, and then I distract myself by checking data from the sales department's celebrated latest system. Yeah. Well, I guess I'm just an all-around handyman.
でもさ、 あいつ上司なんだからもう少し使えてもいいんじゃね？
Yeah, that's fair. But then again, we don't know how high this workload is, and it is a small company as well, which doesn't help. But still, that guy's your boss. Shouldn't he be doing a little bit more work? It's fine. Damn, she's doing it even more so. Yuki growled as he pushed her entire body weight down onto my back. It's a little bit too much for me to handle though. Yeah, fair enough. What?
ああ、私ってば隠れ巨乳だからね。
Yeah, fair enough.
いや、普通だろ。
Well, because Yuki's the only real person you've seen?
なんでそんなことわかるんだよ。
だって、何度もユキのおっぱい見てるし。
Oh my god, Tomosane, you were so unintentionally unhinged.
そうじゃなくてだな。なんで私のしか見てないのに普通とか言えるんだよ。誰と比べて言ってるんだ？
ネットの動画とか？少なくとも俺はユキ以下の胸なんか見たことないし。
Damn! I can't get all of this on a quote, that's a shame.
AV 基準かよ。これだから童貞はさ。
Oh god.
童貞？お前な。だったらお前と俺はどういう関係なんだよ。
私はあくまでも脳内の住人だからな。脳内の住人とのセックスはカウントされない。
Oh my god, that's hilarious. I love that they're so vocal about the fact that that happened.
なんだよそれ。
脳内彼女は非実在なのです。 だから友実は絶賛童貞進行中なのです。
非実在だと？
そうだよ。私なんて実在してないんだからさ。だからちゃんと生ものの彼女見つけてお付き合いしてセックスかまさないとお前は一生童貞だぞ。
That is really interesting, the fact that she is so vocal about the fact that she doesn't exist.
はいはい、そうですか。
はいはい、そうですか。じゃねえぞ。だいたい AV なんてほとんど CG だぞ。胸とか全部ポリゴンなんだからな。
Yeah, fair enough. I don't get how people like stuff like that, to be honest.
そんなわけねえだろ。
Also Photoshop, can't forget about that.
んなわけあるだろ。じゃなきゃあんなスタイルであんな巨乳ばかりとかおかしいだろ。ハリウッドで全部作ってるんだよ。そんなことも童貞は知らないのかよ。
If I'm gonna be honest, I've got no idea about any of this stuff, and I think that's a good thing.
童貞関係ないだろうが。
Yeah, to be fair, you've got a good point.
関係ある。ほら、ユキ姉の胸はこんなに柔らかくて大きいのに、そんな私を貧乳扱いする。
I think it's the complete opposite, if I'm gonna be honest.
だから押し付けてくるなよ。
Oh god, I hope. Oh, I don't know. Megumi, what was her name? Some really Watanabe. Yeah, I was just thinking really plain and generic name. Watanabe. I swear, like Yamamoto or Watanabe or what's another one? Honda or Oh, I don't know, there's just quite a few. What about Take? Is there a name of... Oh, I don't know. But there were a lot of names you just constantly see in Japanese textbooks, or just really common names. Let's hope Watanabe comes here, and here's that.
何？今の弱々しい声。もしかして勃起してなっちゃった。
Oh my god, this is unbelievable.
お姉さんが舐めてあげようかい？
Jesus Christ.
だから押し付けてくるなよ。
Oh yeah, no, I can see that. This is unbelievable.
いや、普通に暑苦しいな。マジでやめてほしいです。
God, he really is being serious. But maybe that's because he has... Well, let's just say maybe it's because something like this is the most true it has been.
なに声のトーン低くなってるんだよ。女の子にこんな恥ずかしいセリフ言わせておいてだな。ひどいぞ、友さね。そんな子に育てた覚えはないぞ。
I love how stupid this dialogue is.
Huh? 恥ずかしいセリフ？どこが？
Yes, seriously.
女の子か。友実くん、おちっち舐めてあげようかって言ってるわけじゃん。すげえ恥ずかしいじゃん。察しろよ。
全然違う言い方だっただろう。
Yeah, good point.
恥ずかしがれよ。
That's not how you said it at all. That yeah. Seriously, if it's really that embarrassing, then try sounding embarrassed when you said it. Yeah, that'd be a good idea, I think.
私は普通のふりしてるけど、本当は恥ずかしいんだぞ。
To be fair, you were the one who started the conversation about really sexually related things, so I think firstly it's your decision about whether you want to say something like this, but secondly, I think you should probably just stop. I mean, yeah, you literally started it because of what you did physically to Tomosane. And if anything, she was literally offering to do it. That's the most weird thing. Wait, what is clamming up mean? I've never heard that expression before. Does that mean just getting really sweaty? What? Oh, right. I've genuinely never heard of this expression before. To become silent suddenly. Usually because you're embarrassed or nervous or do not want to talk.
Yeah, どう考えても今の方が芝居にしか見えないし。
Yeah, fair enough. No matter how I look at it, you were definitely only acting just now.
一流の芝居だからどっちが芝居かわからないんだよ。でも常識で考えろよ。女の子がチッコ舐めようかって言ったら恥ずかしいだろ。私だって恥ずかしいんだよ。
Yeah, fair enough.
なんで恥ずかしい名称を連呼しながら説明してるんだ。
Yeah, he's got a really good point actually. Yeah.
その時点でおかしいだろ。
説明しないとわからないじゃん。女の子がおちんちん舐める宣言は恥ずかしいの。はい、論破。
You definitely sound like you're embarrassed. I'm sorry, but if you're really embarrassed about something, Tomosane has a very good point. Why would you repeat it so many times and really emphasize the fact that you are doing said embarrassing thing? You don't make sense, Yuki. You really don't.
つうか、これだけ胸を押し付けて減らしてやんぞって言ってるのに、なんでそんなテンション低いんだよ。
To be fair, she does actually have a point.
そんな子じゃなかった。友さね変わった。
俺の子供の頃からお前がスカートの中とかに入れたりしてたからこんな子になったんだよ。胸を押し付けられるぐらいじゃなんともないだろ。
This is so unbelievably wrong. She did genuinely do that though. That's the weirdest thing. I mean, she was just doing it for a joke like she is with... I mean, to be honest, I get the fact that she is very plankful here, but I feel like if Tomosane was serious and he said that this is really affecting him and he wanted to stop, I feel like Yuki's mature enough to just understand where he's coming from and stop. So I think she would stop if Tomosane really wanted it to stop. I just think it's something that he's grown used to, so he doesn't even mind it happening now. I don't get how that's the case, but especially when considering how insanely horny Mamiya Takuji was. It just feels so weird for... But then again, I mean, Tomosane was always the opposite.
だからおちんちん舐めてやるって言ってるんだろうが、女の子がこんな恥ずかしいこと言ってるんだぞ。勃起させろよ。
Wait, I thought a stiffy was some sort of drug. Or is that a spliff? No, that's... Oh god. Oh my god, this is too good. I'm sorry, I do not know why. This is what I found on K. Oh, okay, so there's nothing that's related to you know what. Damn. Oh, I thought that was going to be something funny. Oh my god. I don't know why, I just find that so funny. I mean, a Cambridge dictionary. I did not know that Cambridge would have slang like that. It's just genuinely surprising to me. It feels like... I wonder if Cambridge Dictionary is the new Urban Dictionary. Oh god. I really need to look at an Urban Dictionary for more time. I haven't looked at it much. And I feel like I've been looking at it too little in my lifetime. I mean, come on, the last time I looked at Urban Dictionary was maybe when I was in maybe year 9. That's nearly 4 years. Oh, fucking hell, that's unbelievable. But it is nearly 4 years ago. I was 14 then, and now I'm nearly 18. So, yeah. Yeah, he doesn't want to get hard at work. Jesus Christ. I mean, at least go to the toilet if you're going to get... Oh god, what am I even saying? But it's true though, do that. Don't do it when, I don't know, anybody could walk in. Like I said, if you think it's embarrassing, then say it, and say it like it is. There's nothing sexy about saying stuff like that in such a matter-of-fact way. Well, to be fair, to some people it probably is, but yeah.
いろいろとめんどくさいな。どんなのがご希望かい？お姉ちゃん風？お姉さん風？お姉風？姉風？
Right. Oh my god, this is funny, but it is fucking unhinged. Oh god, now we're gonna get really, really NSFW-like dialogue, bet you anything. Seriously, yeah.
あれれ、友実くんおちんちん立っちゃったんだ。恥ずかしいけど、お姉ちゃんがそれを舐めてあげようか。
Well, I mean, I get that she sounds embarrassed, but the only thing is she sounds, firstly, a little bit confident, but secondly... By the way, can I just mention that I really hope that Tomosane is on his lunch break at the moment? I mean, I'm sorry, but how does he get any work done with Yuki there? And Yuki's constantly there as well. It's not like you don't get... I don't know, for example, at school, you get no work done at school and then you just do loads at home. Or other way around. But, yeah. No, you can never do work anyway. You have to do work in your workplace. What's that?
お姉ちゃん風。
お姉ちゃん。
バカみたい。
Sounds stupid.
んだとてめえ、この場で強制的に連続射精させるぞ。
What?
それは何風なの？
ゆき姉さん風だ。
そのセリフがそれって。やっぱり周知かよんじゃねえかよ。
その話はもういいんだよ。終わったの。蒸し返すなよ。
須だと本当に 全然色気とかないのな。
Right, okay, Tomosane. Let's just say we're... I don't know.
ああ、言うね、小僧。
Oh, I don't know. It sounds like Onesan style.
だったら、
This is so crap.
あら、ともさんね、何？私を見てたら勃起しちゃった。しょうがないな。お姉さんが舐めてあげようかしら。
Right. Why are there arrows?
何それ？お姉さん風なのか？
That's not Nesan. No
そう
way
だ
it
ぞ。
is.
チップビキビキになっただろう。
Well, what about the other one? What about just on air style?
昭和のエロ漫画みたいな女だなと思いました。
Yeah, fair enough. I've never actually read. No, that really sounded like I'm knowledgeable about these things. I never read hentai manga. It's just not for me. No way.
どんな言われようだよ。昭和のエロ漫画って。私は平成生まれだっちゅうねん。
大体今のがお姉さん風なら。
Yeah, yeah, I agree. Yeah. Is it going to be like a mix of Onesan and Onesan style?
オカマっぽくかな。
さすがオカマの娘だな。
オカマの娘言うな。
いや、それは事実だろ。
Yeah, fair enough. But it's just being a little bit homophobic.
事実ではあるけれど、私はあれが一番ショックだったんだからな。自分の死後、父親がオカマに戻っているなんて。
そうなの？でも確か師範代がオカマになった理由って娘を守ることもできずにいた自分の男としての不甲斐なさゆえに男であることを捨てたって聞いてたけど。
God damn. That's nuts. That's really interesting. God, I can't imagine what he must feel. It must be so tough for him. It really, really must be. I think it's just genuinely criminal to think about the fact that Tomosane can see Yuki, and yet at the same time, I mean, Tomosane can only see Yuki and obviously have really, really fun interactions with her, just because of the fact that this is the nature of his incident. It's kind of like a reward for all of the suffering that he's endured in all of his personalities, really. But yeah, I suppose with Toshiro, I mean, even though basically a person who has the entire essence of Minakami Yuki is a person who doesn't exist, well, yeah, it's just sad that Toshiro can never see his daughter again, really.
なかっこいい理由なわけあるかい。だったら自分で金的潰すぐらいのことやれって話だよ。
I don't think so. I mean, he doesn't want to suicide himself, surely.
確かにそれは覚悟いるけど。
Yeah, it's a bit psychopathic.
だからそれぐらいやれっつうの。
でも一時期マスターが取ろうとしてたのは確かだが。
Jesus Christ. Hang on a second, we're in around... Well, then again, I don't actually know where we're in. We're probably in a time that's really close to now, actually. Well, then again, I mean, it was 2012 then. So maybe I'd say 8 years have passed at the very most. Let's just assume it's, well, it can't be 2020. He's still in the workplace. Maybe 2019 this is set in? I don't really know. That's just a guess. But at the same time, I suppose technologies like that would allow for, well, this could be existing, but at the same time, I don't know. I would never ever want to trust something like this. If I was in this situation, I'd never do it. No way. I mean, what the fuck happens if something like this goes wrong? It's just pain for life. Not really something that I would want to risk. I mean, if it was worth the risk, sure, but I don't think this is. But then again, that's the argument, because I'm sure other people would think it is worth the risk. And then that's where mistakes are more... I'm scared people would make lifelong mistakes just because of the fact that they feel it's worth the risk. I mean, they might now, but will they in a few years?
手術とか甘いこと抜かすな。自分で引きちぎれ。自分で潰せ。
Jesus Christ.
どっちにしろ性転換したマスター。
Yeah, seriously.
女装してて今更だろ。ともかくあいつの女装は元々のものだからな。
She sounds really pissed off.
確かに謎だった。なぜ自分の娘が死んだら女装することになるのか。俺には全然わからなかった。
I really do wonder if it's realistic to say that the reason he started is just because of the fact that he felt he doesn't deserve to have any manlyhood. But I do wonder if he entirely gave up his experience and profession in martial arts just because of it.
わかるわけないだろ。あいつ私が生まれる前から元々があっち側の人間だったんだよ。単に戻っただけだから。
Yeah, fair. I suppose he doesn't have a kid to worry about as well. He did before, but now he doesn't. Yeah, what happened to the woman? But he married a woman and had a kid, didn't he?
いろいろあんだよ。とりあえずやつは元々おかま
Yeah, so how did he get with a woman?
学生時代から。
And why is that woman not here now? He did a lot of things, but originally he worked at a gay bar back in his school days.
学生時代から？おかまバー？え？そんな昔から？
Yeah, God, he's been in the trade for his entire life.
ああ、学生時代はフルコン空手をやってて喧嘩がめちゃくちゃ強かったんだって。空手だけじゃなくて柔道も黒帯だしさ。空手で全国大会で優勝したりで将来を有望視されてたらしいよ。
That's insane. Yeah, back then he did full contact karate and got really good at fighting. And not just karate, he was also a black belt in judo. He won the national karate championship and he had pretty good prospects for his future. Yeah, that's insane.
Why? いや、戦うのは好きだけど、あんまり試合とか興味がなかったんだとさ。全国で優勝して、すっかり空手熱が冷めちゃったらしい。
Yeah, fair enough. I suppose it's just one thing where, I don't know, it's like sports, for example. You want to do it just for your personal enjoyment. You don't really want to take it official and you don't want to document it and you don't want everyone to know about it. You just want it to be a simple hobby that you do yourself.
それで今度は用心棒としてオカマバーで働き始めたみたい。深夜の新宿2丁目ではヤクザすら恐れる存在だったらしいよ。
Oh yeah, yeah, I can imagine that, yeah.
ヤクザの用心棒をやってたみたいな話は聞いたことあるけど。
ヤクザの用心棒もやったけど、基本はオカマバーの用心棒だった。
God damn.
裏社会で知らない人間がいないような有名な女装喧嘩師でさ、本人も調子乗ってたらしいんだわ。可愛くて強い水上敏夫ちゃん、自分素敵すぎみたいな感じでさ。
うわぁ、いろいろと
I like that.
若い頃はひらひらの黒い服を着て戦っていたんだって。それでめちゃくちゃ強いんだから、裏社会どころか表社会でも有名になってたらしい。
Jesus,
東京のローカルテレビとか出たことあったみたい。
This is so cool.
そうなんだ。それがなんで間宮道場の師範代なんてやることになったんだ。
Yeah, that is a good point.
新宿で働いてたのなら沢井村と何の接点もないだろう。
基本オカマバーの用心棒だったけど、ヤクザの用心棒もやってたって話したじゃない。
それでバーの資金を集めたとか聞いたが。
いやいや、それはその後だよ。もともとはヤクザとはあまり関わりがなかったんだ。ただヤクザが本気で困ったりする時とかだけ一時的に雇われたりしていた。
一時的にって？
喧嘩師だよ。
喧嘩師？
そう、ヤクザさえ手が出せない連中。主に半グレの格闘家とかだな。空手家、プロレスラー、総合、こういった連中と揉め事があると喧嘩師である水上敏夫が雇われた。
That's really insane. I'm surprised. I always thought they were the top of the chain. Oh yeah, fair. Yeah, that's reasonable.
水上敏夫って男はそもそもスポーツとしての武術なんて好きじゃないんだよ。だから空手も全国取ったらすぐにやめちゃったわけ。あいつが好きなのは基本的に喧嘩なんだ。
Well, to be honest, I feel like in a job like this, you would totally be able to just practice your talent as much as possible and obviously to use it always. It's such a risky and dangerous job. It really, really is. I mean, your entire pay would be danger pay, but at the same time, if it's what he loves, it is what he loves. So there's not really any resisting he can do to it.
確かにマスターのそれは喧嘩がベースだよな。
That definitely seems like the basis of Master's fighting style.
でもなんでそこからマスターが師範代になるんだ？
ある日ね、ある日新宿のヤクザが一人の老人にやられたんだってさ。
Let me guess, that's Mamiya.
絡まれている若者を老人が止めに入ったら切れたチンピラに殴られそうになった。それを逆にのしてしまった。
Oh, yeah. You wouldn't expect an old, small man to just completely be able to destroy that young man.
いや、ただのすんだったらいいんだけどさ、相手の腕の骨抜いたっぽいんだよね。相手がかなり騒いだらしくて、新宿の街が騒然とした。
God, that's disgusting. Oh, I mean, I get the same. There's a difference between fighting in order to protect somebody and going way too far. I'm sorry, but I get that obviously it may be heroic what he's done. He's protected somebody. He didn't have to do that, but he did. This is just ridiculous though. I mean, protect somebody so that they will have learned a lesson. You don't need to do stuff like this.
数十分後、その老人に事務所ごと壊滅させられたんだってさ。
Or is it because of the fact that the family headquarters potentially have very bad goings on? Oh, I think she is.
そう、あんたの祖父、間宮流当主だ。
Yeah.
私が聞いた話だと、弱気な若者が絡まれていて仕方がなくみたいに聞こえるけど、あのじいさんもかなりの好き者だから、多分全部わざとやったんだと思う。じいさん的には東京土産ってぐらいの感覚で組事務所を潰したんだと思うよ。
From what I heard, the young guy was totally cornered and he had no choice, but the old man must have, oh god, must have really liked him to go out of his way to do all that. This was the old man's idea of a Tokyo souvenir. Oh yes, why buy a souvenir in some really, really cool store, anime store obviously, when you can just, well, I don't know, trash a head office? Dude, you could spend a few hundred yen on a souvenir and you could get a souvenir that... You could still have a souvenir. You don't need to fucking trash a place for one, but okay.
でもそんなことしたら。
そう、その通り。ヤクザってメンツの世界じゃない？その老人が沢井村で道場をやっているって分かったから、それを潰すためにいろいろな人間を送り込んだんだって。最初はゴロつき、次は武闘派ヤクザ、次は鉄砲玉ヤクザ。それでも全然ダメだから、しまいには本職の殺し屋まで雇った。
Did he get the job done?
本職の殺し屋は大陸の人間だったみたい。かなりの人間を殺してきたプロ中のプロだったけど、そいつも道場の敷地に入った瞬間に見つかってボコボコにされた。武器構えるとか用意するとか、そんな間もなくやられた。まるでその時間その場所に来ることを最初から知っていたかのごとくだったとか。
Yeah, no, I can totally see that. Yeah. Really reminds me of Tomosane in a way, ironically. Especially in chapter 5 and in chapter 6. Sorry, chapter 5 especially.
そんな流れでとうとう新宿の女装喧嘩師水上俊夫にお鉢が回ってきたってわけよ。
Yeah. Oh, yeah, fair enough. And even he got beaten. That's the funny thing. I wonder if he put up a fight compared to all of these other people, even compared to the Chinese killer.
やつは喧嘩が大好きだからね。
Oh God, yeah,
組事務所を
totally.
一つ壊滅させて大陸の暗殺のプロを半殺しにする老人。
Alright, I see. So that is the Yakuza, one of the Yakuza officers that he's smashed. Okay then. Yeah. Yeah, I think it is obvious. People learn the hard way sometimes.
Oh
yeah, fair enough. Yeah, so of course he was very interested in battling the undefeated Minakami Toshio.
空手で全国トップを取って満たされず、半グレ格闘家を半殺しにしても満たされない。そんな闘争の本能、それが刺激された。
Yeah, no, I can totally see that because I think this person is just at such a high level that there are barely any opponents that could actually get on his level. This is one person who he could possibly have a fight where he stood, or where he may not have fully stood a chance in. And yeah, he still won anyway, that's the funny thing.
そんなこんなで水上俊夫は黒いひらひら服をまとって沢井村に降りた。
Yeah.
目指すは間宮道場。
そこでマスターと祖父は立ち会った。
立ち会い？いやいや、一方的な虐殺だったって話だよ。あんたのじいさんって穏やかな表情で人を撲殺するようなサイコパスだからさ。 まあ水上敏夫の相手は楽しかったんだろうね。
Fucking hell. It's a wonder that he's not in prison, if I'm gonna be honest.
え、祖父ってそんな人だったの？
私が知る限りはね。暇つぶしのために誘い受けで日本中練り歩いて喧嘩相手を探している感じだったよ。
Oh, that's interesting.
新宿の一件もわざとでしょ。その後同じようなことが何度もあったもの。つつ裏裏いろいろな場所からヤクザやら殺し屋やら用心棒やらがお礼参りに来てた。親父が大体倒すんだけどマジでヤバい系。殺し屋とかはじいさんがやってたみたいだよ。さらにおかしいのがさ、あのじいさんが死んでからピタリと止まった。
つまり
どう考えても本人が火種をまき散らしてたんでしょう。そんでわざわざ沢井村まで招待してボコボコにしてたっつんだから、趣味悪いじいさんだよ。
I love that. I love just the fact that nobody came in the end.
マジかよ。そんな人だったのか、あの祖父って。
間宮のじいさんにボコられた喧嘩師はその後、
Oh yeah, fair enough, yeah.
師範代になった。道場でも最初は女装してたんだけど、じいさんは見かけるたびに殴って殴り続けて、100日目でやっと女装をやめたらしい。あのじいさんがわりかし値を上げかけてたらしいから、相当親父の女装癖は
Oh
根
god,
深い
yeah, this is not somebody who wants to get mad. He could quite literally kill you just with one move, I bet you anything. Or one set of moves.
そんな人が値を上げるくらいの女装癖って。
ひらひら服はやつのアイデンティティだったからね。
Yeah, no, I can
相当悔
totally
しかった
see
みたい
that.
そんでいやいやじいさんの勧めで女性の妻をめとった。私が小さい頃からいろいろなひらひら服を買ってくれてさ、あんな田舎では珍しい服だらけだったから嬉しかったよ。
Yeah, fair enough, and ironically, she still wears one now.
けどある年齢になってから疑問に思ったんだよ。なんでこいつは女性服の、しかもマニアックなひらひら服に詳しいんだってね。んで分かったことが、そもそも私が着ている服は
Oh my god.
親父が好きなブランドで、
Oh,
若
that's
かりし頃の
hilarious.
親父は私みたいな格好をして新宿で戦っていた。 やつは自分を娘に重ねていたんだよ。私の黒いひらひら服にはそんな過去があったんだよ。やっぱりいい女にはタバコと屋上とそしてひらひら服だわねってセリフ。どうやら元ネタは親父らしいんだよ。
That's unbelievable. That's hilarious. And then the funny thing is, the first time we hear it is when obviously Mamiya Takuji, well, Mamiya Tomosane, sorry, is saying it, and obviously Yuki is the alternate personality within him.
私は無意識に何かを刷り込まれていたらしくてなんか奴と同じことをやっていたらしいんだよ。
Oh my god, that's hilarious.
一度白州教のビルの屋上でタバコ吸ってたら、あらユキップが私と同じセリフ言うのねって言われ
Got
た
enough
時は
parents
さぶいも
encouraging
が立っ
smoking.
た。
Oh my god.
マスターにそんな過去があって、ユキのひらひら服にそんな秘密があったなんて。
Seriously, yeah.
まあつうてもひらひら服に関しては私も好きなんだわ。でもな、友実にはわからないだろうけど、
Oh, totally, yeah,
当時
same
はあ
here.
んな服田舎じゃ売ってないんだよ。東京のごく一部じゃないと手に入らなかったんだ。今はわりかし買えるんだけどさ。
Oh yeah, totally, especially thanks to e-commerce.
ともかく奴の女装はもともとの趣味であってだな。私が死んだからその戒めでとか全然違うからな。
ちょっと知りたくなかった。わりかしマスターのことを武道家として尊敬してたのに、もともとがオカマで、さらに喧嘩師で、わざわざ沢井村まで来て負けてたなんて。
あいつはね、喧嘩が異常に強いだけの生粋のオカマだからね。用心棒時代の喧嘩のやり方なんて武道のそれじゃないから、単純に人を殺すためだけの戦い方だからな。
Interesting.たまに舞踏家らしいこと言ったりするけど、あれ全部嘘だから。あいつは基本精神論とか関係なく、もともと喧嘩が強いだけの人間だからな。
実践派という意味で武道家だと思ってた。
いや、一応は間宮は竹内流からの流れらしいけど、親父のそれとは違うんで。つうてもあのじいさんも実践好きってところは変わらなかったけどね。
Oh yeah, totally.
だいたい友実も親父に習ってておかしいと思わなかったのかよ。あれ武道っつうか単なる殺しの技だろ。
まあそのおかげでいろいろと助けられたんだけどな。市街地での対集団戦とか普通の道場じゃ教えてくれないし。
あんなの全く間宮の流派に関係ないからな。当たり前だけど目録にないやつだから。親父が用心棒時代に考えた戦法だからな。
間宮の目録にないのかよ。
Oh my god.
なんで古武道で市街地の地形を利用した戦い方なんて教えるんだよ。そもそも間宮の道場が田舎じゃねえかよ。
Yeah, reasonable.
言われてみればそうか。
友実は特に親父直伝の技を教わっているから、半分は武道関係ないからな。
半分もかよ。
He still knows how to fight though.
友実が最初に親父から教わった室内における戦いの基本は何だった？
とりあえず声のトーンを落として落ち着いて話す。話をできる限り長引かせている間に最も硬くて重いものを探す。それを手にしたら相手の虚をつく発言をして視線を外させ頭部を狙えって。
Oh my god, that's hilarious.
どこの世界に話を長引かせて油断させて鈍器で殴りかかれなんて教える道場があるんだよ。武道でも何でもないだろ。
間宮流がそうなのかなと。
I mean, to be fair, you don't necessarily have to fight within the framework of martial arts in order to be a tactical person when dealing with your opponent. I mean, something like this, it puts martial arts to shame, but at the same time, it still ultimately gets done what martial arts could do just in an easier way. I mean, it just depends on how much honor and pride you have, because if you have a lot of pride, nothing like that is ever going to be permitted by you. I mean, for example, I think Mamiad Yu would probably kill Toshio for this.
違うわ。あれは親父が用心棒時代によく使った手なんだよ。相手が弾きを持っていても刃物を持っていても素手でも、とりあえず一番重いクリスタルの灰皿を頭部に投げつけるんだよ。
That's nuts.
あいつの戦いは投擲がスタートだから。
Oh yeah, no, I remember when he threw the wine bottle.
でも人間は投擲に特化した動物だから有効だって言ってたし、実際そうだし。
そうだとしても普通はやらないだろう。理性が抑えるもんだって。頭部に鈍器って普通に殺人じゃねえかよ。
Yeah, seriously, yeah. It gets the job done, but at the same time, that is a very good point.
それがマミヤ流なのかなと。理性を捨ててただ相手を破壊することだけを考える武道。
そんなの武道じゃねえよ。戦いの中でも理性で抑えろよ。性的なもんはいくらでも爆発させろよ。私がやってやるからさ。
So was that on their style?
またそっちの話かよ。
逆にオカマの父親の話なんてこれ以上したくないよ。
お前から始めたんだろうが。
本題は暴力は理性で抑えろ、性的なものは理性で抑えるなってこと。
いや、むしろそういう方を理性で抑えるもんだろ。
違う。健全な肉体には健全な精子が宿るんだよ。宿った精液はドバドバ放出しないとおっちが破裂するんだよ。
This is weird. Oh my god.
しねえよ。
それはお前が不健全だからだぞ。もっと健全に生きてたら健全なる精子が溜まってだな。今頃おっち大爆発だ。
健全のかけらもない言葉だな。
Yeah, Tomosane is being very, very realistic here.
つーかさ、なんかないのともさねはさ。
何が？
私にやってもらいたいこととかさ。
やぶから棒に何の話だよ。
いやさ、喧嘩には理性がないのにわりかしセックスは淡白っつうか、私から迫らないと絶対やらないじゃない。性欲に対して理性強すぎだろ。
前言っただろ。俺は性欲があんまりねえ。
Yeah, my god. At least he's not horny as you.
それは拓司がいっぱいオナヌをしていたからだろ。今やつがいないんだから健全な精液をドバドバ出さないとダメじゃん。
いや、別にダメじゃない。
Yeah, good. Yeah, you don't have to.
ダメだよ。お前が泣いた時とか気がついてないだけで涙が精子で白く濁ってるからな。
Oh my god.
そんなの怖いわ。病気だろ。
Yeah. Oh, it's really funny whenever he talks about the crying that
知らないよ。
this is
実際友実の涙は精液で白く濁っているんだって。それが事実なんだよ。大変だろ。
お前の前で泣いたことなんてねえだろ。
前なんて言ったじゃん。
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
友実の
yeah,
こと忘れちゃって友実のこと見えなくなった時に すごく私のために泣いてくれてたじゃん。
お前のためじゃねえよ。だいたいあの時は拓司がいた時だろうが、俺の涙に正義が混ざる要素なんてねえよ。
Oh my god, I really hope that nobody is listening in. Seriously, especially because he's actually... Oh, he's saying what he's talking about, let's just say that.
泣いたことは認めるんだな。可愛いやつめ。
涙が制して白く濁っている疑惑よりははるかにマシだ。
だけど本当に精子は定期的に出しておかないとやばいぞ。
Well, that's his choice. Don't force it on him, Jesus Christ.
男が泣いた時、流れる涙には精液が混じっていた。とか相当嫌だろ？
No. Oh, I thought that said... Oh my god, that's awful. I thought that said good. Oh my god, I'm really tired. Yeah, I couldn't agree more.
悲しいこと言うなよ。ユキ姉はお前のことを思って言ってやっているんだよ。友実はなんかないのか？私にやってもらいたいこととか、じゃんじゃん言えよ。精液出してやるの手伝うよ。
大丈夫だから。
Yeah, seriously.
私がいないタイミングで自家発電してねえだろうな。
When is she not around? What?
なんでだよ。
いやさ、まあいろいろとな。
いろいろってなんだよ。
それよりも非実在のユキ姉は何だってできるぞ。露出プレイとか得意だぞ。
ああ、それな。
Yeah, seriously, I think I can tell.
ちげえよ。そこはお前他の人から見えないじゃん。
Oh my
だろ
god,
うが。
yeah, seriously.
なんで私が地上扱いなんだよ。
I mean, nobody can ever watch them though. Nobody can ever see what they're doing. That's the worst thing about this.
だっていつもパンツ出しているじゃん。
Right.
出してないよ。そもそもあんたにしか見えないでしょうが。他の人に見えるのなら私だって隠すっつうの。
そうか？お前生きてた時から俺をスカートの中に入れたりしてたじゃん。
だからそれは友実相手だからだろ。
This is so
どっ
unhinged.
ちにしろガキ相手にそんなことやってるのなら知女じゃねえか。
Yeah, seriously, thank
じゃあ
you.
分かったよ。こう定義しよう。私はあんたに対しては知女なの。それでいいでしょ。
なんだよその定義。
それでなんかないの？友実専用知女のユキ姉に頼みたい
Jesus
こと
Christ,
は？
how desperate is she? This is unreal.
金箔だって大丈夫だぞ。武術やってる関係上、私は体はめちゃくちゃ柔らかいから結構無理な体勢だってできるぞ。足を背後から回して両足を頭の上に乗せられるぞ。
That's actually really impressive. God damn.
単なる曲芸じゃねえかよ。
それぐらい柔らかいの。だから何でもできるの。やってもらいたいことないのか？
ねえよ。
なんだよ。実際現実の彼女ができた時にできることなんて少ないぞ。そんな優しくねえし、そもそも体硬いし。
いや、なんで硬いこと前提なんだよ。その人もスポーツやってるかもしれないだろ
う。でも何でもはやらせてくれないって。そのあたりはこのユキ姉さんは 体と精神を鍛えているから、
Right.
大体のプレイに耐えられるぞ。どんなプレイでもこなせる自信ありだ。
そもそもなんだよその現実の彼女ができた時って。
物体としての彼女だ。
なんでそんなもん作らなきゃいけないんだよ。
当たり前だろ。ユキ姉はな、友実のことが心配でこうやって現世に残っているのだからな。友実がさ、ちゃんと彼女作って、ちゃんと家庭を持って、ちゃんと子供作って幸せな老後を過ごすのを見送らないと安心して成仏もできんわ。
なんだよそのちゃんとしたって。
そのままの意味だろ。
そのままってなんだって話だよ。
いつまでも脳内彼女みたいな私となんていられないってことだよ。
You can actually,
な
but
んでいられないんだよ。
yeah, seriously.
だってさ、物体じゃない彼女なんてそんなのエロゲの中に彼女がいますって言ってるようなもんじゃん。
だったらそういうのでいいよ。
なーに拓司みたいなこと言ってるんだよ。だいたいお前はモテ
Oh
るだろ
my
う
god,
が。
he's popular with. That's hilarious.
モテねえよ。
Oh, is that?
この会社入ってどれだけ女の子に誘われたんだよ。
Oh my god, that's hilarious.
そりゃ会社の付き合いなんだから誘われるだろ。
Oh, lesson learned: never trust anything that Yuki says.
違う。どこの世界に仕事で会社の飲み会で二人で抜け出そうとする女がいるんだよ。
Oh, it still could technically be a company get together.
抜け出した？あれって単に酔ったから家に送ってくれって言われた
Oh
だ
my
けだろ。
god, she is so hot. Jesus Christ.
下心がない女が酔ったから自分の家まで送ってくださいなんて言うかよ。完全にあれは誘っていただろうが。
Or maybe she couldn't afford a taxi and she didn't want to illegally drive. Could be a possibility as well. Or any means of public transport, as a matter of fact.
俺はただ送って玄関で下ろした。ちゃんとペットボトルの水を買って横に置いてやっている。
お前のその変な優しさがどれだけの女の子の気持ちをくじかせたか。
知らねえよ。もし仮にそういうつもりがあったとしても、
Yeah,
酒の力使って
seriously,
誘う
yeah.
女なんか趣味じゃね
童貞こじらせるとこういうこと言うからな。
Or maybe a person who's realistic.
え。うるせえな。とりあえず仕事の邪魔だから黙ってろ。
And he only just thinks that.
でもさ、本当に現実の彼女とか作った方がいいぞ。いつまでも私が相手なんてことじゃダメだよ。
Yeah, fair.
私は幽霊なんだから。
ユキは幽霊なのかよ。それとも脳の不具合なのかよ。どっちなんだよ。
どっちだって同じだよ。私とずっと一緒なんて健全じゃない。葉咲ちゃんも言ってたじゃない。ボタン道路とか大体死者との恋愛なんてうまくいくわけがないって。だからさ、私がここにとどまっているのは多分私のわがままでさ、ちゃんと友実が幸せになるのを見届けないと気が済まないだけで。そういうことをちゃんと確認できたら、ちゃんと あんたの前から消えることができるんじゃないかなって思うんだよ。
うるさい、黙
れ God。
おい、友さね。ねえ、友さね。
Huh? Yeah, fair enough.
ねえ、友さね。何怒ってるのさ。ねえ、友さね。ねえってば。何怒ってるんだよ。そこまで無視しなくてもいいじゃん。
Okay, anyway, that's going to be everything I'll do for day 2. See you guys tomorrow. Right, okay, day 3 time. I don't know if today's actually going to be the last day of knocking on heaven's door, but yeah, I'm quite excited for today, and I'm gonna be interested just to see how the story ends. I don't really know what's going to happen, but my theory is that something problematic is going to happen. Something significant regarding Yuki and Tomosane. Maybe Yuki is going to say goodbye to Tomosane? I don't know, it just kind of feels a bit wrong for this to be a story that we're seeing and nothing influential happening, and us only being able to see just the normal life of Tomosane and Yuki. I don't know, I feel like that might be the case. What I find really interesting about everything that we read yesterday, I really enjoyed seeing everything that was going on with Toshiro, and just how similar Yuki is, but also Toshiro's identity, and also learning more about Mamiya Ryo as well. That was cool. But oh my god, I think it was hilarious. Everything. What was really funny was that Tomosane, the second Yuki reacts just with the perspective of reality and just the brutal truth that she is somebody who he can see, and he's never really going to be able to progress in life if the only person he's with is somebody that nobody else can see. And it's brutal, but she wants to, well, her suggesting leaving, it's just interesting how extremely Tomosane reacts. He really does. Where are we going from? Oh my god. I hate how much Yuki tried to convince Tomosane just to do you know what. Oh my god, that's hilarious. Yeah, seriously, yeah. This is the most unhinged conversation I think I've ever seen. I mean, what kind of argument is this? Yeah, seriously. Jesus Christ. You don't necessarily have to have a real life girlfriend. If I'm gonna be honest, I really find it hard to tell who is twisting this and who is obviously speaking in a way that reflects what really happened. I mean, it could be Tomosane. I mean, Tomosane's way of saying that it's a company get together, it feels like it could be something that was genuine, or maybe it could just be an excuse. I feel like Tomosane is the more realistic one here, though. It just sounds like it makes more sense. Ah, yes, want to go out with me? Oh, out where? Oh, to a company get together. Yeah, best date of my life. Oh, God. Oh my God, that's hilarious. Oh my God, Yuki's being ridiculous. It's really, really cruel, this. And I just find it really interesting to think about the fact that even though Yuki, for example, would just hear her when she's very, very excited and obviously having fun, and just how unrealistic and how reckless she is, and just how serious she is in contrast to that. It's just so surprising. Yeah, I like that. So, I mean, it doesn't really matter if Yuki is a byproduct of mental illness or a ghost. It will just inevitably be the case that she will be a byproduct of mental illness, even if she is a ghost, just because of the fact that... But then again, I don't necessarily disagree. I don't necessarily agree with this. I mean, I'm sorry, but if you have a girlfriend nobody else can see, what's bad about that? You still have the relationship that you share with each other. You don't necessarily have to have a form in this world to have a relationship with someone, I suppose. Like, obviously, in this case, I don't really know if you could apply that to other cases, but yeah. In this case, I don't think it matters that she's a ghost. It doesn't matter that she's not a real girlfriend, if anything. I mean, if this is who Tomosane wants, it's who he wants. It's not really a problem whatsoever. It's kind of hard to tell with Tomosane. I think he really, really loves Yuki, and he just gets really pissed off when she's there, but at the same time, when you make it so that she goes, oh god, everything changes. That just shows how much he is attached to her, which I don't blame him. What happens in Botandoro? Oh god! A Japanese ghost story, and one of the most famous kaidan, which is a ghost story in Japan. The plot involves sex with the dead and the consequences of loving a ghost. Jesus Christ. This actually really sounds similar to everything we've been reading. Weird. Sounds a bit ugly, but it sounds very reflective of what we are reading at the moment. But then again, I mean, why is it an affair? Why is it a relationship that you shouldn't have? I mean, sure, it's not societally acceptable, but at the same time, is it harming anybody? No. Are these people both happy together? Yes. I just don't really see why it has to end. Why she's so hell-bent on the fact that she doesn't actually exist. I mean, then again, she is a ghost, so it depends on the nature of the ghost's existence. Obviously, that's not really something I know, so I can't comment about it, but yeah. What if, for example, the ghost has a limited lifespan? Sure. Yeah, but look at how provoked he gets. Yeah, but that's really interesting that Yuki is with Tomosane because of the fact that she really, really wants him to be happy. That's the only reason she's still here. And she obviously doesn't go into the world after death, whatever that is. Or if there is a world, or if it's just the endless reincarnation of the soul. I forgot what the really weird term that Ayana used was. find it really, really interesting, this, yeah. That is fair.
ねえ、友さんね。ねえってば。
Yeah, God, he really, really is just... It's just interesting just how cold he has got the second Yuki has suggested the possibility of her going. What are you so mad about? Do you really have to ignore me that much? Yeah, but it's just, he's totally affected. He really, really is, because, I mean, no matter how much he seems like somebody who is very cold and obviously somebody who totally pushes her away, he's very, very soft at heart. He is. Yuki pouted as she said that on the single bed. Oh, this is it. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. Isn't it interesting? He still lives in the same place he used to live in before. Or at least it looks the same.
会社からずっと無視してるし。
You've been like this since back at the office.
俺はお前から離れないといけないんだろう。
Oh my god, that's interesting.
こうやって無視するのが一番だろう。
God damn. Yeah, no, I find it really interesting. When he's unhappy, he then turns to unhealthy habits, i.e. his old self. God, that's just a really interesting little thing that he does. Damn.
なんでお前呼ばわりなんだよ。
Yeah, why are you acting so cold all of a sudden?
いつまでも一緒にいるべきではないって言ったのはお前だ。
You're the one who said we shouldn't be together forever. Yeah. Yeah, but what I find really interesting about this is just the fact that it's damaged him so much.
それはちゃんとした新しい彼女を作ってほしいという話で。
Let's be honest. I think everybody would rather Yuki. Well, yeah, but I meant that I wanted you to find a new real girlfriend.
新しい彼女を作ろうと、作る前とお前には関係ない。
To be fair, that is a very good point. I mean, which kind of girlfriend suggests the partner to find a new one, even though they are in a good relationship that is healthy and that where they love each other both? It just feels so hilariously contradictory. It really does. Whether I find a new girlfriend or not is none of your damn business. Yeah.
関係ないってなんだよ。私は心配してるんだぞ。
What's that supposed to mean? I'm just worried about you, that's all. Yeah, totally.
いらぬ心配だ。
Yeah, I agree. You don't need to worry about that.
なんでだよ。
What the heck?
俺は一人で生きていく。誰かなんて必要ない。
I'll be fine living on my own. I don't need anyone else. I genuinely agree.
何を意固地になってるんだよ。
What are you getting so stubborn for?
うるせえ。どうせお前とは一緒にいられないんだろう。だったら
God.
今のうちから一人に慣れておく。
Oh, shut it. You can't stay with me anyway, right? If that's the case, I should just get used to being alone starting now.
「だからさ、それは新しい彼女を。
好きなやつがいるのに、なんで新しい彼女なんて作らなきゃいけないんだよ。
Yeah.
ふざけるのも大概にしろよ。
god, he really, really is being honest. Yeah, I already have someone I like, so why do I have to go out and find a new girlfriend? Don't give me that bullshit.
好きなやつ
Someone you like? Is it... horrible?
そうやって無防備に座ってパンツ丸見え。目のやり場にいつも困るんだよ。
Yeah, fair enough.
パンツ
Oh god, did she not realise? Oh.
今のって
Oh god, she's really, really blushing. Oh god.
それって
yeah, it's got a good point.
それってもしかして私のことだったりとか考えちゃったりしていいのかな。あ、いやでもさすがにないよね。私なんか死んでいるし。
This is very awkward now because it feels like Tomosane is thinking about Yuki in a sexual way. Oh god, and that's the conclusion she's given from this. This is just human nature. I mean, I'm sorry, but if anybody was in a situation like this, it would be a bit off-putting and uncomfortable to talk to the other person. It's not the case that he views her sexually. It's hilarious. But I totally, if I'm going to be honest, I totally agree with what Tomosane is saying. I just don't I don't really think it's right for Yuki to... I mean, okay, if Yuki doesn't want to do the relationship, sure, that's fine. If she doesn't want this relationship because it's for Tomosane's own good, or at least that's what she feels, I think that's alright. I just think it's... I mean, obviously, if she doesn't want to do it, she doesn't want to do it, but the thing is, it feels like she's genuinely interested and she's genuinely immersed in this relationship, and she just... I just don't really think it would be good for her. Well, if anything, what would actually happen to her if she departed from Tomosane? It's just kind of, do you embrace your own world or do you go out into the real world? But it's just so cruel, if you ask me, that this can't be the real world. But that is the nature of Mamiya Takuji and why he's so, so awful.
So 思うのならそう思えばいいだろう。俺が言ったことは言葉の通りだ。
Yeah, totally. Yeah. If that's what you think, then that's fine. I meant what I said. Yeah.
さ、友実って
Yeah, totally. Yeah.
マジで私のこととか愛してくれちゃったりするのかな。
Then, Tomosane, does that mean you're actually seriously in love with me? Yeah.
答える必要ないだろう。
Yeah, seriously. And they've known each other for so long as well. Of course.
だったらすんげえ嬉しいんだけど。
Well, obviously, I'm super happy, but you know.
だけどさ。
But you know.
だけどとかいらねえよ。ただそれだけだ。それ以上の事実なんてない。
Yeah. No buts. That's all it is. There's no catch.
だからお前がいつか消えてなくなるのなら、俺は一人で生きていくだけだ。そのことになれるだけだ。
Yeah, and I just find it really interesting that he's saying that he is admitting that he seriously loves Yuki, and it totally makes sense. But at the same time, no, it's really interesting that if Yuki suggests being somebody who is going to disappear, he might as well get used to it now and stop talking to her so that he can cope with being alone. And that's just a way of showing how he will react if Yuki does decide to go. That's interesting.
分かったら黙ってろ。不愉快だ。
God, so just sit there and shut up. You're annoying me. Jeez, how is she going to save this situation? Or is she? Yeah, she's very embarrassed because she thinks that Tomosane... I mean, let's be honest, she is the horniest character in this visual novel. Actually, is she? No, Takuji probably is more horny. And... oh, God. Oh, of course Nishimura is. I suppose Tsubasa and Numada. They could possibly be? No, I don't know. I mean, because the thing is, obviously, Yuki would never, ever do the disgusting things they did in Looking Glass Insects. But at the same time, I mean... No, it's not necessarily that they're more horny than Yuki. It's just they have less restraint and they're fucking horrible people. Like, they do not care about ethics whatsoever. I mean, at least people like Yuki, they probably have limits. I mean, these people don't. That's the worst thing about them. And that's why they're so evil as well. I mean, Jesus Christ. That scene in Looking Glass Insects when, you know, in the Love Hotel, that was absolutely... That was terrifying. That was more terrifying than a lot of horror I've read, for example. Oh my God, I will never forget just the audible representation of it. Just those audible sound effects and just how much of a nightmare it was seeming like. Yuki completely covered her face with her hands again. Interesting that she's saying this now that she's provoked. Is this really true? Because of the fact that she's saying it when she's provoked rather than saying it before? What the hell? I won't disappear. I can never leave you all alone, Tomosane. Shut up, I'll be fine on my own. All alone? Yeah. Like, you want to be just entirely by yourself? Yeah, it's interesting that he really has retained this aspect. I mean, he knows, obviously, people from his company, but he's never really forged any very meaningful connections. Which, I mean, I don't blame him. You'd be fine with doing all your own cooking and cleaning. You'd have to pay all your own living expenses too, you know? Well, he already does that. Yuki doesn't actually exist. Yeah. Well, then again, I mean, I suppose Yuki helped him in doing everything. Could you imagine being helped by a ghost? Or just by a product of mental illness? For cooking and cleaning, skills that you never really have been bothered to do yourself. You still get them done yourself, but at the same time you're being instructed. Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, and that's a really good question. Yeah, if you begin being alone now, it's going to be very hard to... Well, maybe it will be very hard to find other people in the future just because you're so used to not having social contact. And maybe you will be lonely when you're older. Or maybe you won't be, who knows? Yeah. Yeah, I'm kind of the same, to be honest. I can totally feel him. But yeah, probably I'll still be on my own. All by yourself? Isn't that what I just said? Dude, is there anything that is more important than this? What difference does that make? I don't know, it might make a big one. No, it wouldn't. Oh god, now Yuki's probably gonna try and disprove that. Oh right, that's interesting. So that's why. Okay.
でも目のやり場が困るってだけで嫌じゃないでしょ。
Yeah, fair enough. But if he doesn't want to see them, he doesn't want to see them. It's not really something you should argue with.
好きだから嫌っつうのもあるだろうが。
Yeah, seriously. God damn.
そっか。好きだから嫌だっていうのもあるんだ。
ああ、そうだ。
友実の言う通り、一人で何でもできないといけないよね。
This is interesting. Yeah, what was this all of a sudden? Why was she bringing that up again? Oh god, what's happening now? What the fuck? This is giving me Looking Glass Insects flashbacks. Oh god. It was a buzzing kind of noise, like a smartphone. Please tell me he has a phone call. The fuck? Hang on a second, I just genuinely don't understand. Maybe she's actually really upset about the fact that Tomosane is just thinking about the fact that he will never... Well, I suppose what Yuki's objective is to just wish for his happiness, and she feels it's a bit wrong that Tomosane is liking a person who doesn't really exist, and I don't think it's bad whatsoever. But at the same time, I mean, obviously it's what she thinks, and she's just thinking it's so sad that without her, Tomosane would just go into a life of loneliness. And that's probably really broken her. What? What the fuck? Oh no, does Tomosane not realise what's going on? Okay, yeah, I should probably turn my audio off. The fuck is she doing? Worst mistake of your life. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ, why are you doing this? I mean, okay, we obviously had a really quite... Well, these people had... Well, we were seeing a really quite serious conversation, and now she's just suddenly got this out. What the fuck? What? Why is she doing this? Her legs were so wide and she was holding some sort of vibrating machine in between them. Well, is that... Oh god, you probably don't want to know what it is, to be honest. Yuki still seemed embarrassed as she was still half hiding her face with her free hand. Yeah, it's definitely being used for stiff shoulders here. Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, I just find it really quite funny to think about the fact that she's saying that... I suppose Tomosane is saying that... I mean, this is very, very twisted, but at the same time, Tomosane is saying that he will live alone and Yuki is just somebody who is becoming totally redundant because of the fact that she is saying... She's kind of implying that she doesn't want Tomosane just because of the fact that... Well, at least that's kind of what Tomosane is thinking. And he's willing to face that total rejection. So now she's just totally not involving Tomosane and doing the things that she normally would have wanted to do with Tomosane by herself. I don't really know why she's doing it within his viewpoint, but okay then. Oh my god, you can buy these at stuff. That's hilarious. But of course, in porn videos, I don't actually use them on their shoulders. Come to think of it, does anybody actually use them? That's so funny. I don't know is the answer, but I hope people do. I hope it's not entirely... Like, the usage of this product isn't entirely taken out of context. I can tell it's an electric massager, but... God. Yeah, and she's really trying to grow independence here. Taking care of her sexual needs herself. This is the first thing she thinks about. I mean, I get that she is ridiculously horny, but at the same time, I mean... This is the first thing you think about, though. That's the funny thing. Yeah. That's a really good question. Why do you have that thing? Actually, I thought I'd try to get you in the mood too, Tomosane. I noticed that there were a lot of videos where they used toys like this in your internet history. I thought maybe you'd... I thought I'd wipe my browser history. Oh, God. Worst mistake of your life. Oh, my God, that's so funny. It's simple enough to get it back. Oh god. Your browser history is never safe with Yuki. Well, I get that she didn't expect it to be this intense, but is this a bit exaggerated? Yeah, no, that's reasonable. Oh yeah, that's reasonable. To force it on Yuki, who I love so much, it just didn't seem right. Yuki was such a sweet big sister and I admired her too. Yeah, and so up until now I've been as indifferent as possible when it came to sex. Yeah, it's fair enough. And I think it's ironic that he's saying that even though he has actually done it with Yuki before, technically, when he was... Well, but then again, I suppose if... I think it is realistic to say that that was in very, very different circumstances because of the fact that he was very, very scared for the safety and just in general the fate of Yuki. So I think he really, really let his emotions slip just because of the fact that he was glad that she was alive, which I don't blame him for whatsoever, if I'm going to be honest. Well, I mean, okay, well, they both did. Well, it's really tricky in situations like this because they both did, but does that necessarily mean the fact that they fucked is right? And then you could debate that, you really could. Well, I'm sorry, but you can't do stuff like this just on whims. No way. And that's ridiculous. What if something really, really bad and regrettable happens? I mean, it won't with these people because one of them kind of doesn't exist, but yeah. In truth, I wanted to see that side of Yuki. Damn. Oh, yeah. Yeah, but part of me, didn't want to force the sweet Yuki Nesan into, such a vulgar position like she was a porn actress. But that is fair. That is really fair. And so... But I find it really quite funny to think about the fact that the person that doesn't exist, i.e. Yuki, who could potentially just be another personality of Tomosane. I think it's more likely she's a ghost, though. I think it just makes a little bit more sense. And I think that ghosts could potentially possess the spirit of Tomosane as well. I mean, how... But then Hasaki too, if that's the case, because it just doesn't make sense that they are alive. It really doesn't. Tomosane, you're conflicted. I get it now. So that's what you've been thinking all this time. That makes me feel a bit better. Yeah, it is interesting. It really is. Yeah, funny that Yuki can just know what he's thinking. Oh my god. That's interesting. I can only do it once in a while, so forgive me. Just now, I could tell there was a strong sense of inner conflict. It was like a direct message. So... Oh, right. Damn. Oh my god. They censored this. That's hilarious. That's something I never would have expected in a Subarashiki related patch. Censoring. Like actual censoring. That feels wrong. Yeah, fair enough. Oh my god, what a hilarious analogy. Her legs are kind of spread out in the shape of an M though, I like that. That's really funny. Right, okay then. Jesus Christ, she really is pushing herself. You prepared it last time? Oh my god. God. Oh god, here we go. I just think it's so funny, the wording of this. She pulled out another strange apparatus. Oh. What? Oh my god, that's hilarious. fuck is skull fucking? I'm just looking this up from mere curiosity. No way. What the fuck is... Oh my god, I'm finding some very weird things on the internet. I've just discovered this website called Wiktionary. Sorry, Wiktionary. Yeah, it has... well, let's just say I saw the N-word in the description. It feels very weird. I think it was in an example sentence, but I can't actually... Oh my god, to have sex with somebody's eye socket. What the fuck? Or to have vigorous... Whoa. Stuff that goes in the mouth. Oh my god. I can't see any of the example sentences though that showed on it. Jesus Christ. Well, okay then. Jesus Christ. Yeah, okay, I searched it up. I kind of regret doing so, but I mean, I remember I was looking at the tags in maggot baits and I saw skull fucking, so I was just kind of curious what it was then. I suppose now I know. I'm not reading maggot baits, by the way. This is my limit for eroge. I think you can probably realise why when. I mean, come on, this sex scene has been going on for like half an hour at this point. Yeah. And that's my limit. I can't really take anything more. my god, this dialogue is... Oh, let's just say it's very, very cheesy, and it's really, really dragging on, but... Zonu. That's got to be one of the most lame copyright avoidances I have seen thus far. Zonu. this is boring, to be honest. I think I'm gonna go for today. If I'm gonna be honest, I'm really bored. I mean, I heard that this H scene was long, but Jesus Christ. Well, let's just say I think it's a lot longer than I expected. Fucking hell, it's just at the point where, I mean, I've still got so much left and I just can't be bothered to spend my time reading this, if I'm going to be honest. I mean, I was thinking that if what I was reading today was going to be really good, I'd destroy sleep over it, but if I'm going to be honest, it's just the same thing, but just repeated in different ways, so can't really be bothered, to be honest. I mean, I suppose there are a few things that do show, if you ask me, a lot of the more degenerative sides of Tomosane's character, but at the same time, I mean... And I suppose it does show an interesting part of their relationship that I never really would have considered before, but yeah, it's just... I mean, there's a couple of interesting things just completely overshadowed by all of the, well, sex, basically. So, yeah, I'll finish it off tomorrow. Right, okay, day 4 time. Time for the longest H scene in mankind's history. Since, I don't know, like, a clock up title. It feels like it. Well, to be fair, I've never read a clock up title. I don't plan to, but, yeah. I bet you H scenes in this are probably just the average length of the ones in clock up titles. But anyway, I mean, okay, it could be worse, I suppose. At least it's consensual, this H scene. Actually, to be fair, is it genuinely? To be fair, that's actually quite a tricky debate now that I think about it. Is it actually a consensual scene? Because what happened is, Tomosane was annoyed at Yuki because obviously she was saying that she was going to completely... Well, she wanted Tomosane to find someone better in life and she didn't really think she was good enough because obviously she wasn't real. So then Tomosane says that obviously he can just be by himself. He doesn't need Yuki, just as a means of sort of retaliation because of the fact that he's really hurt about everything that Yuki's saying, so then he obviously makes himself sound tough. And then Yuki obviously does this to show what she could do by herself and what Tomosane is going to miss out on. And if I'm going to be honest, this all started because Tomosane had lust. It didn't necessarily start because they took the time to agree to it, and because of the fact that he kind of... Well, his feelings was what propelled him in order to begin this. So, technically this isn't consensual. Look, I'm being serious, technically it isn't. But, I mean, it's a tricky one because it isn't consensual, but at the same time, I mean, at least Tomosane is not thinking that. And I mean, I suppose they're both enjoying it. Oh, I don't know. It's a bit boring, this H scene, to be honest. It's just gone on for so long. But anyway, yeah, let's begin reading again. Right, so what's Yuki doing now? Oh my god. Is there anything worth rereading? Probably not. Oh shit, my contrast is really up. I'm just going to have to do something about that, because this is going to destroy my eyes. Yeah, my contrast is at 80. It's normally at like 20, but that was because I was doing some video editing and it was quite sunny. There we go, that's way better. Put it at 32. Oh, for fuck's sake, I hate this IO menu. Oh my god. There we go, that's much better on my eyes. Right. Oh yeah, this is a good place to start, I think. I just think it's so funny, this dialogue. I mean, he is literally saying that all of the NSFW he has watched is entirely like Yuki. I mean, Jesus Christ. And yet he was the person who was always putting off sex just because of the fact that he thought Yuki was sweet and cute and he didn't really want to see that sort of side of her. And yet at the same time, his tastes are just... well, they are entirely centered around Minakami Yuki. Oh my fucking god. It's a bit weird, but oh boy, just a bit. Jesus Christ. I feel like this is the only thing they can discuss while fucking each other. If they weren't, it would just be the weirdest and most creepy thing. I just feel like they're in the atmosphere, so that's the only place they can actually discuss something like this. I don't know. I just feel like she would not forgive the fact that Tomosane has done something like this in other occasions. No, actually she would, because she's really horny, but like, yeah. Oh my god, that's hilarious. God, I just think it's so funny that Tomosane's reasons for refusing to have sex, they are so ridiculous, but they're so funny to read at the same time. Yeah, I have my pride or something to consider. That's so funny. I mean... Right, time for fun! Jesus Christ. Oh, massive censored picture. Oh my god. Oh yeah, I forgot she's like a fucking cat. Oh god, this is so weird. Oh shit, I think the H scene is over. Great. Finally. That took 10 years. I don't even know if 10 years is saying it correctly. Maybe that's an understatement. It took so long, that H scene. My god, it's finally done. Yeah,
つうかさ、やっぱり精液溜め込んでいるじゃん。お尻の中もおまっこの中もすごい量出されて、私はお腹がパンパンだよ。
Alright, never mind. That's a bit of... That dialogue is a bit NSFW related.
Oh
my god, that's hilarious.
ああ、そっか。なるほどね。
ああ、こんな連続でやったらユキも体が持たないだろうから。
For a while, oh god. How long is a while going to be?
何言ってるんだよ。いくらでも付き合ってやるってさ。
さすがに心配
Yeah, seriously, yeah.
最後、もう行きたくないって言ってたし。
それはつうか、人の喘ぎ声に対してまともに答えるなよ。そんなのあれだよ。ダメ。
I'm sorry, but if you're thinking it's too much, it is.
でも辛そうだった。
そういうこと言うかな。なんだよ、私に言わせたいのかよ。あれは辛いんじゃなくて、めちゃ感じてた顔だよ。知らないのかよ。
There isn't. I totally see what she means.
ほぼ区別つかないんだよ。
I don't really like any of this stuff, to be honest. And that's kind of why, because it genuinely sounds like, I think with H scenes like this, if you isolated the audio and gave it to somebody who didn't understand Japanese, and then you obviously removed any indication of the fact that they were having sex, I think it would be realistic for somebody to mistake it for a torture scene. I don't know, something you see in something like Maggot Base or Clock Up Title or just something like that. Yeah, and that's why I don't really like any of this stuff. It's just, I just think it's a bit sick. Yeah, I suppose.
似てるの。似てるとかじゃなくて区別がないの。もう友実の意見なんて聞いてても仕方がないから、精液溜まってそうなら私が判断して勝手に抜いてやるからな。私基準でムラムラしたらすぐにやるからな。
Fucking hell. Well, I mean, you're not even going to ask Tomosane if he wants to do this? Jesus Christ. Yeah, seriously, yeah.
私はしたいよ。もうできる限りセックスしたいね。
Don't get a sex addiction, Jesus Christ, that's a good way to fuck up your life.
このまま一生友実の性処理してあげるから。
Yeah, it's interesting how her attitude to Tomosane has totally changed. I think she's really realised something as well, just the fact that Tomosane doesn't need somebody who's real. The fact that she is good enough and she is competent. I mean, obviously you can tell from, well, everything that's gone on here. The rest of my life?
そうだよ。おまっこはもちろん、お口、お尻の
Jesus fucking Christ!
耳とか眼球とかそういうのは少し勘弁だけど、
Fucking hell. Don't skull fuck her. That's so bad.
鼻吹くとかも少し嫌かな。どうしてもって言うのならいいけど。
What the fuck? Oh my god. Who the fuck would want to do something like... I get that the world is a very big place, but that's just fucking weird. So I'm not the only person that thinks that. That's good. Jesus Christ, we get it. Your tank. What if it could just be a tank of water or a tank of, I don't know, petrol or, I don't know, just any sort of tank of fluid that isn't you know what. Like, imagine if this wasn't metaphorical. Ah, yes, I will be here to empty your tank of petrol. Oh, you've got a full tank of petrol. I don't know, like a litre full. Open up, you're drinking it. That is basically what she's saying, if you didn't take it metaphorically. I don't even know what I'm saying at this point. Ah, yes. Petrol chugging session. Good idea. Oh, God. Oh, yeah, that's... That's sweet, yeah. Even if you get sick of me, I'll always be here for you. Yeah.
なんだよ、嬉しくないのかよ。
嬉しいよ。嬉しいに決まってるじゃん。
God, I love this track so much. I think it's really good. It's classic to Subarashiki Hibi. It feels like something that you could really play on a snowy day, or is that just me? Some sort of, I don't know, really good story. The ending of a really good story that's set in winter. I can actually think of a Higurashi console arc that could fit, like a scene that could fit to. Right, Kageboshi, spoilers, but I really do wonder if this could fit Natsumi and Akira's wedding. I wonder. I feel like it either really could or really couldn't. It's kind of hard to tell. This dialogue is unbelievable. But then again, I mean, I suppose they're a couple and they're joking, so it kind of makes sense for it to be a little bit silly and a bit stupid. It's not meant to be serious, that's my point. Yeah, yeah, no, good for
ず
you.
っと一緒にいられるのは嬉しいよ。
あ、うん。なんかありがとう。
ユキと過ごせたことが最高の幸せだったから。だからあの時戻ってきてくれて本当に嬉しかった。戻ってきてくれてありがとう、ユキ。
ああ、うん。
That's actually really interesting.
あのさ、恋人を作れとか言ってごめんね。
Oh, she actually apologizes. That's interesting. Yeah, I do find it funny this as well. The fact that Tomosane feels as if, firstly, I suppose he's reliving. By doing stuff like this, it's really unusual. But he's firstly reliving everything that's happened between him and Yuki beforehand. But secondly, he's also reliving, let's be honest, the first time they fucked each other, and well, various factors weren't in play. I don't really want to say them out loud because that's just a bit weird. But yeah. If you looked at the porn bit, well, no, well, this is all, it's been like 2.5 hours of porn. But if you looked at the bit where Tomosane said that, well, said about his tastes, and then when sex with Yuki was mentioned there, that was what I was thinking about.
Yeah,
totally, yeah. That was really, I shouldn't have said that.
確かに。
Damn right.
でもさ、ああでも言わないと私がいつまでここにいていいもんかわからなくてさ。
No, I can totally see. She is very, very reasonably assuming that maybe this is something unhealthy for Tomosane and maybe he would be way better off with an actual real person. But at the same time, I mean, it's such a weird debate because, well, like this person right in front of us said, live happily. It doesn't matter what you do to live happily, just as long as you do.
生きている人間に取り付いている幽霊なんか悪
Oh,
さしか
not
しない
here,
し。
my god. He would be so lonely if it wasn't for Yuki. He really would be. So I think it's... Well, I mean, I suppose he has Sasaki, but still. I think that BMI stuff is so funny.
そう思っちゃったら、友実にはまっとうな恋愛をしてほしいな。
But the thing is, this is a proper romance. It doesn't matter whether you're a ghost. It doesn't matter your origin. Or at least that's what I think.
いや、嘘。ごめん。
No, not really, sorry.
思い込もうとしたんだよ。だって、私は友実のことが大好きで、多分、
Yeah,
あんたが
totally.
甘えさせてくれたら、それこそ最後までずっとあんたのそばにいちゃうからさ。そんなの取り付いている悪霊じゃん。だから私は。
That's not the case whatsoever.
最後まで取り付いててくれ。
I love that, yeah. Please keep haunting me forever. Oh, this is an interesting image.
俺の最後のその瞬間までずっと一緒にいてくれ。
It is interesting that this kind of reminds me in a weird way of societal stigmas, just people thinking that they can't do something just because of the fact that it goes against society. I mean, it is kind of the same case if you ask me here, because this is a popular belief. No, it just feels wrong to say that this is a popular belief in society, even though a ghost is going against... Well, she's using that popular belief in order to interpret her situation, but it kind of is. It just reminds me of something like that, where people would look down on themselves, even though there's probably nothing wrong with them, it's just they don't feel they fit in within their view of society. Like, I don't know, for example, looks. That's a really popular one, I suppose. People look down on themselves because they don't look absolutely perfect, even though they're fine the way they are. They just can't see it. I suppose that's kind of similar with Yuki, or at least that's what I feel. Universally seen as a bad thing. Well, who fucking cares about the universe? I mean, your own world. I suppose you could twist the world being a limit. Your world is your limit, so don't let other people influence your limit. I always think about the limit of the world thing, and how you could really use a lot of the logic gained in Subarashiki to completely justify being a sociopath. Like, I'm being serious. I've thought of so many ways you could justify it. That's kind of a good example. Yeah, you have a limit of your world, so why should you let other people, other influences, change how you feel the limit of the world should be? But obviously something like that, it could be a justification for something that's not sociopathic as well. Like, for example, maybe peer pressure, and why people shouldn't give in to it. But it could also be justified for sociopathy, I suppose. Because you could say, for example, I don't know, you could just justify bad things with it. It is interesting how you can twist any logic. You really can, and that's kind of the curse of logic. But fuck society, dude. Yeah. I don't really think this H scene was... It didn't need to be nearly as long, but at the same time, I mean, it's got a really powerful message across, which I'm very happy about. Until my very last breath, please stay with me. Yeah, no, oh my god. This is really what she needs, if I'm going to be honest. How much more do I need to say until you get it?
いや、わからないとかわかるとかの問題じゃなくて、あんたのそばにずっといたいのは、単なる私のわがままだからさ。
Well, I mean, yeah, you would be selfish if Tomosane didn't feel the same thing, but, well... I think he might feel the same as you, so you're not being selfish whatsoever. Well, I mean, you are, but at the same time, he feels it as well, so you're not. Sorry, hang on just a sec. Oh, for fuck's sake. Just accidentally went out of full screen. Ugh. They're both being selfish, and that's good.
Tomosane.
俺が死ぬその時、この世界からいなくなるその瞬間まで一緒にいてくれ。
They're both being selfish, man. They really are. I love it.
死が二人を分かつまでって言うけどさ、俺たちの場合、
そういう時こそ本
当に会うことができるんだからさ。
They say until death can do us part, but in our case, that will be the moment we can finally truly meet. But that totally makes sense, and I agree, if anything, because of the fact that Tomosane... I just find it really interesting because that kind of confirms the fact that Tomosane is alive in this chapter. And he actually needs to die in order to be able to see Yuki in true form. And it's just really interesting to think about the fact that the spirit of Yuki has possessed herself here. And whether it's a spirit or a product of mental illness, it's kind of... It's interesting that it can be thought of as both. And it really is quite surprising just to think about the fact that the nature of reality is so loose in this story. I suppose it does make sense because of the fact that it's all controlled by Ayana in the end. Or at least that's what I think. The nature of reality is so loose that things like these can actually happen. And it's interesting that the characters in this story, they really do get a happy ending. Tomosane does get what he deserves, and so does Hasaki. They live a great life, I'm sure. Well, I hope Hasaki lives a good life. I don't actually know if she will, but she deserves it. She really deserves it. Holy fuck. Yeah, totally. But what does come after death? Because of everything about the endless reincarnation of the soul and the endless fact that one person is everybody, and it's not the fact that you have a limit to your world. You are the fucking world! So yeah, it is the nature of what occurs after death in this story. If you ask me, it's really, really unusual. If you guys have any interpretations, I'll be very, very happy to hear them in the comments because I want more information on this. I'm finding it a bit hard to theorize about it, to be honest.
Tomosaneが許してくれるのなら、私はずっとあんたのそばにいる。最後のその時までずっといるからさ。
If you let me, I'll be with you forever, Tomosane. I'll stay with you all the way to the very end. Yeah, good for you. Good for you. I gripped Yuki's hand tighter.
本当にずっといるからな。
I really will be here forever. Yeah.
でもさ、私はうざいぞ。多分あんたは年取っていくけど、私はずっと今のままだ。
What?
性欲も今のままだし、つうかむしろもっとエロくなってるかもしれないし。
Why? Why are you so horny? Jesus Christ. What if Tomosane is an old man? Are you still gonna want to do it then? That's gonna be so weird if that's the case. Yeah, seriously. Ah, yes. Oh god, Yuki doing that ridiculous talk about giving a blowjob just when Tomosane is on his deathbed, completely disfigured.
自重なんてできないよ。私はTomosaneが大好きで。
Yeah, fair.
多分この気持ちは未来永劫変わらなくて、ずっとそのままなんだからさ。だからうざいぞ。多分年を取ったTomosaneは本当に淡白になるだろうし。
なんねえよ。
あ。
ユキの相手なら何歳になってもできるよ。
マジか？100歳とかでも大丈夫か？
そんな長生きできるかね。
Yeah, seriously. I mean, to be fair, has Takuji actually done anything really bad in order to get his life expectancy down? I mean, there was that scene where people were making fun of Takuji for smoking with a vaporizer. Or something like that. I can't remember, with Takuji and Tomosane when we see the first scene in It's My Own Invention where he burns the manga, or at least he hallucinates. Well, he's conflicted about whether he should burn the manga, and then Tomosane comes, and then, well, he hallucinates Tomosane being there, and obviously, I don't think that scene actually happened. It was just him trying to find justification in order to burn the manga, and then he did. But, yeah, there was funny dialogue about him smoking with a vaporizer there. But let's be honest, I mean, Tomosane probably doesn't have a high life expectancy just because of, I mean, I'm sorry, but when he was in his DID episodes, which, let's be honest, he's had for probably, I don't know, maybe like 4 or 5 years, or maybe 2 to 3. I don't know, just a long time. A long time he has had them. No, actually, he's been having them ever since, for 7 years. I mean, how could he sleep like that? How could he be in the optimal conditions for development? I think his life expectancy definitely is going to be lower just because of his illnesses, which is brutal to say, but yeah, it's just nothing you can really do about. I just feel like Takuji as well. I mean, he didn't really have a healthy diet. He literally bought fucking pot noodle. Oh, no, sorry. He bought ramen from the convenience store, I remember. But yeah, he didn't have a very healthy diet. So I don't think he will actually be able to live. Well, then again, I mean, he is going. I'm sure he's going to become a healthy adult, but I don't know. Maybe he'll. I mean, he can't exactly get an STD from fucking a ghost, but I don't know. Maybe he might get some issue later on because of sex. I don't know. I really don't know. I mean, just be lucky, live happily, and be lucky.
できるも何も私が守ってるんだから。100歳まで生きて当然だ。
That's sweet.
なるほど。ユキは俺の守護霊か。
まあ、悪霊かもしれんけど。
Yeah, that's interesting. That really reminds me of something that you call Zakuro.
どちらにしても、友実が許すのなら、私はずっとお前のそばにいるぞ。それでいいのか？
それが俺の望みだ。100歳の時か。
It's a bit of a weird thought.
俺が弱くなった時に、お前に寄り添って生きていきたい。俺の足腰が弱くなった時に、杖の代わりに俺を支えてほしい。そして、俺が立てなくなった時、手しか動けなくなった時。
Oh my god, wow.
その時はさ、
God damn.
ちゃんとその手を握っているよ。友実のそばにずっと立って、空気のようにただずっと寄り添って。言葉は少なめにするよ。ずっとずっと友実のそばに取り付けよ。
I love that.
その最後の瞬間まで。私はあんたの最後の言葉をちゃんと聞いて、そして言ってあげる。死んだ私にこんな法外な幸せを現世で与えてくれて。
Oh, that's so nice. I like that.
そしてあの世では再びお願いします。
That's really well put, yeah.
私とその先を歩いてください。
Yeah.
あなたの死後、その先を今度はちゃんと私が
I see that, yeah.
その時はさ、友実の姿はあの頃に戻っているのかな。
あの頃？
うん、あの頃。私が生きてて友実や葉咲ちゃんがいたあの頃。
沢井村か。
うん、あの頃の姿に戻っているのかな。
どうかな。今の姿じゃないのか。
そんなことはないよ。だってさ、友実にとって私はお姉さんなんだから。
そっか。
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. And I just find it so interesting to think about the fact that even though these people can have a love, and even though Tomosane has been there with Yuki all of his life, he still has never met her ever since, obviously, the horrible incident with Takuji and Kotomi. It's interesting that is such a wonderful life possible. Is it genuinely? Are you just living your life in the belief of something that's never going to happen? Or are you living in hope and you're naive to the possibility that maybe your belief isn't correct?
いいんだよ。
But yeah, of course, yeah.
私たちの人生の最後、私たちの全てが終わった時にこう言ってやるんだ。私たちの生は幸福に包まれていた。だから私たちはこの先も歩いていけるってね。
What now? White. White transition. And wonderful everyday discontinuous dust sign. This seems familiar. We're definitely at the end. Oh my god. Oh, that's really interesting. So it's obviously Tomosane when he's really young, but it could either be a... This is the ironic thing with the context of this story. It could either be a memory or it could be the future when Tomosane has died. Is this the opening theme? I don't know the lyrics of the opening. No, it's gotta be. That sounds so similar. This is really sweet. I like this. Oh, I just love this picture on the left. I think that's amazing. Yeah, it is, yeah. Yeah, Kukirigaku. Of course it is. Oh, they did so well with the ending here. I love these. This piano was really, really well done. Seriously. Subarashiki Hibi has amazing, amazing piano tracks, so it doesn't surprise me. Feels a bit weird to only have 2 voice actors in the ending, but there were. What about the Watanabe voice actor? Or maybe that was one of these people. Oh, what a sudden end. Any more content, or? Oh, do I? Oh, never mind. Oh, there we are, that's it. Wow. Interesting. So, now I think, as tradition, I want to look at the song lyrics of the song we just listened to. Right, okay, here we go. Where did my mouse go? Oh, there we are. I don't really like listening to stuff with other audio, or reading stuff with other audio like this. This really reminds me of Zakuro. Yeah, it's totally Zakuro. This just totally feels like something Zakuro would sing in Looking Glass Insect's main ending. Oh my god, that's horrible. I'm just thinking about this, and I'm just thinking about her delusion about potentially being able to see Takuji, and obviously none of the power of Megado interfering with Takuji. The Vanguard as well. I forgot there were a few other things that were interfering with the power. I forgot how the system works, if I'm going to be honest. I'll probably look into it. That's really interesting. It's a very ambiguous and metaphorical poem. But then again, I kind of like that it's metaphorical, because I suppose Zakuro is a person who is so deluded. What need is there for language that conveys a sense of reality? And I don't know. I feel so cruel saying that, but it kind of is true. I mean, if she's so deluded, should it necessarily be the case that a song that is about her perspective reflect reality? I mean, she's really, really deluded because of her trauma, so why should this... Well, I mean, then again, it doesn't necessarily. It reflects reality in the way she perceives it, because ultimately delusions are a way of perceiving the world when reality is too evil. So obviously then the wonderful everyday can be reached, but obviously because of the fact that it's not a wonderful everyday that reflects reality, unlike, for example, Kimika and Zakudo's ending, it ends in suicide. I mean, Zakuro dies in peace, and weirdly enough she dies happily, but does she die happily? Well, no, she doesn't die happily. She dies so that she can have a duty. She dies so that she dies with hope of something that's never going to happen. She doesn't die happily. I think that's a clear distinction to make. Yeah, that's interesting. And isn't it funny to think about the fact that Zakuro as well, it's just another thing that will never happen. Takuji being a streamlined person, I mean, I don't think you could get somebody that is less streamlined. I mean, sometimes he's Yuki, sometimes he's the other Yuki, sometimes he's Tomosane, sometimes he's Takuji, and obviously sometimes he's different forms of Tomosane, i.e. the Tomosane that remembers, for example, the Hill of Sunflowers, like in the opening of Down the Rabbit Hole 2. Like, when he looks, he says, sometimes Yuki, I think back to these things. The Hill of Sunflowers. And then you're just totally confused about what that could mean. But, yeah. It's interesting. That, if you ask me, is just another indication of the fact that Takuji can never be somebody... Well, it's just another indication of the fact that all of this is just something that is an ideal, and the fact that it's never going to happen because it's not reflecting on the actual conditions. I mean, he's not streamlined whatsoever. But it's just interesting. It's a song, it's just an ideal. It's not necessarily a thing that is going to happen, and it's so cruel. It really is. But it's interesting that the plot kind of... I mean, even though Takuji is someone who... Takuji and Tomosane, they are people who are so important within the plot. Zakuro is the person who the main theme of the visual novel is sung about, which I honestly find really unusual. I would have thought that this theme would have reflected Takuji, but then again, I mean, I suppose it does kind of make sense, because Zakuro, I mean, she revolves around everybody. Like, literally everything in the story revolves around her. So I suppose it does kind of make sense in a way, and every single personality of Takuji interacts with, what's her name, Zakuro, in some point, which is quite interesting. Surely. Yeah, it's cruel. Cool. That was really fun. I remember one of the people on my server telling me that this song would really change when I've read the entirety of Subarashiki Hibi, or even when I've read I think he actually told me in Looking Glass Insects, but it does make sense. It's just interesting that that's the main theme. But anyway, yeah, that's it. That's all of Subarashiki Hibi done. Is this the volume I'd normally have? Let's do it a bit louder. Yeah, there we are. I think that's fine. But, yeah, no, it feels so weird to say, but at the same time, Subarashiki Hibi is genuinely done, and, well, let me just say that I think this is a new favourite visual novel. It's so fucking brilliantly written, and, I mean, there are, obviously, the downs, and there are some scenes that I don't really think were necessary, but at the same time, I think overall, the means of storytelling in this visual novel is just phenomenal. It really is, and I think it's just so interesting how there are so many moments where you can just get so attached to everything. And I mean, this is a merciless visual novel. It fucking breaks you in. It will break you in every single possibility. When there's a dark scene, it will obviously take it to its extreme. But at the same time, when it has happy scenes, and there's just such a big contrast. And I think it's especially the case with scenes like oh, what's a good example? I mean, even scenes like the beginning of chapter 2 and just chapter 1 in general, really. And yeah, those are kind of my favourite examples. And obviously chapter 7 and the live happily moments, and just a lot of stuff around that. And even if anything, even in a way, the delusions and the delusional happiness from, for example, Takuji and Zakuro. And that's another thing that I think is so good about this story. You really feel like you are losing your mind. You feel like you're getting broken. You feel like you're losing your mind. And it just makes all of the happy moments all the more worth it. But I just love how... this story has given me a sense of enjoyment from... I've never received from another story. Because you're just constantly stuck. And you have no idea what the hell is going on. And it's really up to your interpretation. Because you're never really told the answers for a lot of these things. You've got to figure them out yourself. But I just love that there's so many points where you're completely stuck. You just have no idea what's going on. I mean, for example, chapter 1, Zakuro ending. That was when I realised I'd fucking love this visual novel. Because that was some of the best atmosphere I've seen in a visual novel. But the reason I loved it was just absolutely brilliant description. But also just because of the fact that while you were doing that, you were just totally relying on what was being told to you. Because you didn't know what the fuck was going on. I mean, I genuinely had no idea. And that was why it was so cool. It really was. And there are so many good moments in this visual novel. There really are. I mean, obviously there are a few bad moments, but at the same time, I think the good moments, they obviously overshadow the bad moments. I think my favourite chapters, obviously, chapter 3 and 4. And chapter 2 is really nice as well. And same for chapter 7, if I'm going to be honest. I think it had really good endings. Hill of Sunflowers, that was my favourite ending, I think. But closely followed with Tsui no Sora 2. And yeah, I loved it. I really did. And Knocking on Heaven's Door, I think it was fun to just see the overall future of Tomosane in a very ambiguous world. Where he has killed everyone, and yet at the same time, he still survives, and so does Hasaki. And it was nice to see the relationship with Yuki and how that progressed. That H scene did not need to be so long. I mean, my god, it's just ridiculous how long that was, to be honest. But apart from that, I think everything was fine. I really do. Yeah, so now let me show you what I'm going to be reading next. Okay, well, I don't really know why this is happening, but on Steam, I tried to use this add a non-Steam game in order to add the next visual novel I was playing, but it didn't let me! Anyway, we're playing Tsui no Sora next. We're doing Tsui no Sora... Sorry, we're not doing 1999. We're doing the remake from 2020. I will obviously check out the... I'll maybe look into the 1999 version. I won't really read it because it's not translated, but I will look into the anniversary version that is going to come out this year as well. Why not? But next... Oh boy! Next, we're doing this! We're doing Love Love next. And I'm really excited for this visual novel. I've heard a lot of good things about it. I don't know what it's going to be like. I don't know anything about it apart from the fact that it's Attack on Titan inspiration. So, yeah, it's going to be really quite nice just to see what this is. And, yeah. Okay, well, this is fun. I can't actually show everything because I have an NSFW screenshot. But anyway, yeah. Thank you so much for watching my Subarashiki playthrough. If you don't want to watch anything I do after this, yeah. I hope you enjoyed your stay. But, yeah, if you do, I look forward to seeing you in the future visual novels that I do. And, just a heads up, I will be rereading chapter 1. I don't know when I'm going to do it, but I will do it at some point. And, I will obviously be reading the Tsui no Sora stuff. I don't really know when... I'm not going to really do anything else apart from that, but, yeah, I don't know when I'm going to reread chapter 1. I'm either thinking of doing it after Tsui no Sora, just do it really, really recently, or maybe if I'm not really feeling like it and I just want to move on to something else, which I feel was going to be a bit more likely, I'm going to do Muv-Luv, and then I'll probably just do chapter 1 just as a break. But the thing is, the reason why I'm kind of conflicted about doing it then is because the story will be a little less fresh in my head than it is now. But then again, what's even more contradictory is if it's not fresh in if it's not the most fresh in my head, it encourages me to remember and to go back and just to re-experience and reinterpret and just look into the dialogue of all of this amazingly told story again. So it's kind of contradictory. I don't know what to do. Because I've got strong arguments for why I should and shouldn't, if you ask me. Yeah. This is the list of visual novels that I intend to play sometime soon, by the way. I will do Steins Gate as well when I do these two. And obviously this is going to be after Muv-Luv Alternative. I was originally going to do this after You and Me and Her, but then I just didn't really feel like it. And then I had a break from visual novels, but then I came back and did this because, if I'm going to be honest, I'm sorry. I came to this story because I wanted to experience something very fucked up, and I just wanted to see what a really, really fucked up story could be like, even though it's a good story. And I mean, this story is not nearly as fucked up as I thought it was, if I'm going to be honest. But at the same time, I think that's a good thing because it's way more story focused than, well, explicit content focused, which is a very good thing. Right, see you guys.